As you all very much aware, Honorable Harry Nedrusu is a respected colleague who has inspired me in so many ways. On this occasion, and on this occasion only, the minority's position is that Dr. Yao Educhum shall take up the questions and then ask some few questions on our behalf. These are largely policy questions, and thereafter I will have some few bites, and then the nominee will most likely be discharged. We are reminding the majority that their well-behaved posture will lead to the fast-tracking of the nominee.
Honorable Educhum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also have that kind of nostalgic feeling coming to Parliament and having our leader guiding, mentoring, and now leaving the Education Ministry, and he's about to take over. So it's a very interesting moment. Let me first of all
live on TV as well as on Power 97.9 FM and eye ejuada na ukuwemo ewo eye appointment committee no masoya vet no ekoso sabri ameka say Honorable Kwame Agboja wawie ne de ya Honorable Haruna Idrisu former minority leader wono ena ebegina kwanya sabri womo eba betoto no ano as Minister of Education designate na ensem nyina no ye de nyina bebra on ensem ho a ye beda agese ahwe ena Nurudin Abbas ena ye be yen guest ewo studio ha ye be hwe ensem nyina no so far John Mahama enedai wodi ni ministers ni nyina no ebeba buidam ho abra eye napo ebefa energy eye ministry no na 3 directors na ho obefi no na 18 directors director baako ni etuaneka over 260,000 Ghana cedis. And one some no at the same Obuasi currently, Diana Aircoso, Obuasi, Nina and Sama, and they Yadinina at the Bebrawo, Ewo Jumedi soon. Lakeside District Commander for DSP Shaibu, and there was some. I am ma ewofia Sansona Inspector Aye Tony ya we sia de ewasio ene Aye Sergeant Aye Bright munyina no ho nsem ewo ha ko ye crime officer na mo nsem no emu ede pa William Osai ene mu amo wo nyina no nsem no ewo abrante bi amotete no ewo Aye Lakeside aso ye ho no ho nsem nyina no ye de ni nyina ebebre yen etiefo na abrante aye fa ne se Aye Isaac babia wo bia oduru Isaac omotete opa na date na Lakeside Estate post for ho district commander friend say Shaibu won ne call ne tete amanfo ho asem wo court kura nipa na de na asem court no ne asa akɔche no ho sem nyina no mo bete ewo ene dwumadi no so ti Lakeside commander wo ho obeye steady nye steady kito obeye steady ene ma mo ye wo ho mo beye steady angels no Womataba ne damoso te se de eye giase kan eye angels na du giase kan commander ne kofo a amanfo omocheche amanfo se omoye illegal wanwan omodi kokoko borders and extra borders ne ade no mo be steady the Americanity Lakeside Estate commander wo me so be steady DSP Shaibu be steady no atoto ne me ye wo wo no crime officer and driver ne wo no mo be steady e wo ho adidie no do too much. Who some eba and just need bibia ago will be obey mistake or Ghana Habia will be interdicted. Mom will say yes. Now no President Papa and they in charge. Ye kwa hefa and they Dr. Mponza Fiha. Ye the any chair a Parliament House again. Nia kwa Honorable Haruna Idrisu Nivateno Sanya AC Echo ye ba di omo bia na besa bese kwanya na yatena se ni ahwe ne ekoso wo publish false news untumi eye TV ni untumi FM okumase abrante FM say ohene ba no wo ye useless journalist na wo enche obegina court me ka kira wonde say the abato obre okoye say yi si say yenye we and me ka kira say ohene ba untumi FM abanfu na atwa mo na nye we o ye de ebebo adwuma papa wo begina court enche ohene ba tie mark my watch my lips me say wo begina court enche October sasa yetra ma kwasa be sabe kwase bia kasentia honorable Julius Zabra ene joma ha ma mo hawo se tie de America na se yetra ma sabe kwase bia etra wontumi FM ni wontumi TV Sambra no atwam Sambra is gone and that president owo fie nyansa ena aba tie de America chiro no take it or leave it president owo fie nyansa owo abada ye wonya misro wona aba ye bo na chidom yakọ parliament honorable Haruna Idris University no.
But some of the numbers, Mr. Minister, as you may recall, I will validate some of the statistics to some statistical validation of those issues. So we will undertake a stakeholder forum which will involve donors and partners, involve academia, parents and students to review the free senior high school program. I should acknowledge, as Pearl have noted, that it remains one of the boldest steps in wanting to transform education. It was a matter of debate between free universal education absorbing all the costs and progressively free starting with infrastructure. But President Mahama intends to undertake a comprehensive review of it to make it sustainable. Thank you.
You have a further question?
Yes, of course, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
let me indicate that we have 2 members, leadership of the subject matter committee, but the 2 of them will not ask questions. One will pose all the questions. Head with your question.
Honorable Chair, I'm grateful for the response from the nominee. Honorable Chair, beyond secondary education, which normally is the upper secondary, because by our statutes, we don't look at junior high as part of secondary. Beyond secondary education, I know there are a number of manifesto commitments in the field of tertiary, which is guaranteeing or is going to promise of fee-free level 100. If the nominee can shed some light on it, so that we'll be able to know what's going to happen in that area.
Thank you very much, Chair and members, and thank you, Honorable Minister. President Mahama and the NDC promise free tuition for students from level 100 who would undertake normal programs in the various public universities of our country, including what he has said, expanded to private tertiary institutions. They number a population for which the country will require about 345 million Ghana cedis. Of the That is what the state will be required to do. We intend to provide that money to the affected universities, at least one to make refund to all those who have already paid those fees. But Chairman, the beauty of this is that it's open. Even parents who are still willing to pay can do so under this principle that has been introduced by the NDC. So we intend to mobilize with the Ministry of Finance some additional financing to cater for the population of students. It will be in the region of 125,000 as I look at it. And we'll provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money. And the President intends to expand this over the years. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, one of the areas that I will always be proud of as a former Minister for Education is the area of science, technology, engineering, mathematics education. Great progress has been made. Yes. And as measured...
Please address the chair.
Chair, great progress has been made. It has been validated. It has been validated around the world. STEM education in Ghana. I want to ask the nominee what plan his soon-to-be ministry is going to do about STEM education.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Honorable. The significant thing for the NDC and President Mahama, as far as education is concerned, is for us to contribute meaningful to our national sustainable development efforts. At the tertiary level, emphasis will be on access, quality, and relevance. At the secondary level, emphasis will be on foundational learning in order that we can produce critical thinkers for the future. There will be a review of pedagogy and curriculum at all levels of education to meet the country's aspirations into the future and for meaningful contribution to our national development effort. I should note the effort you have done in getting STEM. We intend to build, at least in every region of Ghana, a model STEM school, which will carry from kindergarten to senior high school to produce men for the future of work. We appreciate that going into the future, we need to train more people in science, information and communication technology, and engineering. In that respect, our universities will be expected to relate more to industry without compromising their core academic objective training models. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions?
Yes, please. Honorable Chair, this House have had an opportunity to approve GetFund formula. We have all lamented about capping and debate about uncapping. I want to know the opinion of the nominee in the next budget coming up, what he intends to advocate for and push for in order to meet these aspirations of this House, which has been around for a long time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the question. And for me also nostalgic. Those days in 1997, I was one of the strong advocates with many of our colleagues around here to advocate for the establishment of the GetFund. Before then, tertiary education was largely public funded. Tuition remained free. There was no access even to private tertiary institutions. The Ghana Education Trust Fund has done its part. In the last few years, it has suffered because of the decision of then Minister of Finance to cap it. President Mahama and the Minister of Finance have gone public, and I join them in saying that we will uncap the GetFund to free additional resources to support robust infrastructure development. Indeed, mathematically, cap GetFund today is about $3.2 billion Ghana cedis, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. Uncap it will make available to the Ministry of Education some 7.9 billion, which will accelerate expanded infrastructure. For instance, there are about 2,800 schools that needs to be fixed to deal with the problems of overcrowding. There are about 26,000 schools which has no changing facility for young girls for purposes of hygiene. There are about 780 schools that is required to expand access to junior high school. We will uncap GetFund. I would engage the Minister for Finance to do this as a matter of expediency, and for the President to engage with the IMF to review the memorandum which included the GetFund in the negotiations. President Mahama have said that he will review the IMF. So part of the review will be to uncap resources to support the country to rely on GetFund resources to finance education generally in particular higher education.
Please proceed to ask the question.
Honorable Chair,
I'm coming to you.
in this great country, Ghana, the middle class has been squeezed for many years. Teachers, nurses have been squeezed, given the fact that majority of them have to find money to send their children to private school at the junior high school level especially, before then jumping into public schools at the senior high school level. Our public schools have gone into serious dilapidation for many years. And I'm happy that we began an effort to transform public schools. Public schools in rural areas have seen new facilities. Urban areas, new public schools have been built so that the middle class can find solace in our public schools. And I'm happy that at least in Greater Accra, you can see Accra STEM Academy.
Please, order, order. Honorable Yusuf, I do not want to mention your name again.
Again. So the public school transformation agenda is something that is very dear to the middle class. Honorable Chair, I want to ask my soon-to-be Minister for Education, what are his ideas and opinions about making sure that children, all children, have quality public schools to attend, and that if a parent doesn't have the resources, they will not go and look for a loan to send their children to private schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, our intervention in the education sector will be all-encompassing. We will give true meaning to the pursuit of free, compulsory, universal basic education. In my reading in the last few days, I have come to appreciate a major dichotomy which needs our urgent critical attention. Rural-urban dichotomy in the quality of education, northern-south dichotomy in the quality of education, and more deprived schools not producing because of quality of teachers and the presence of teachers in those areas. I intend, even when we assume office, to engage the Honorable Minister for Local Government as part of the financial realignment to get him to accept that teacher accommodation can be done by realigning common fund into building those for teachers in the rural areas. I do know that conditions of service generally for workers in the Ghanaian public sector is not the best. I had the privilege in the last few years to be Ghana's Minister for Employment. I did my utmost best to deal with some of the most incipient labor disputes of the country. But nonetheless, the cascading effect of what you do for the teacher, its economic and financial implications for the nurse, the pharmacist, the doctor, is what guides the purse. Therefore, what is in the kitty? We need to improve revenue mobilization generally. And in education, it will be appreciated if, and Parliament members are here, if we can dedicate 20% of national expenditure into education, or allocate at least a minimum of 5 to 6% of GDP to support education, then over a 10-year period, we would have done enough to expand and make these facilities available. At the basic level, and this was my concern, you haven't achieved free compulsory universal basic education, and you have up there a free senior high school education. You will still have in urban areas, Honorable former Minister and Chairman, in the urban areas, the out of school dropout, you see them. In the rural areas, you don't. That's the danger. We also have to be careful that we are not producing unemployed graduates from free senior high school who will become a threat to and unemployable. So that is why Minister hailed some of the TVET initiative, because we have to improve employability. And employability is better done through technical vocational training. We will expand access to all TVET institutions. I'm aware that some of your initiatives were 30, 20, 40%, because you didn't have money because you capped GetFund. You remember, I don't want the minority leader to look into my eye. So the uncapping didn't free resources for you to be able to expand those TVET institutions. President Mahama and the NDC will complete all those TVET institutions, giving respect to the directive principles of state policy, that as president, he has a responsibility to the state to continue every good initiative of the previous government. I thank you.
Thank you. You have further question? Please go ahead. And I plead that that should be the last question.
The last one. Honorable Chair, I think there has been interesting debate about the issue of E-blocks. And E-blocks, we completed a number of them across the country. But the good news is that government is a continuum. And that is why, beyond completing E-blocks, we added boarding facilities to those that are in remote locations. Adansia Peja is an example. Edujama is an example. Drobonso is an example where we added boarding facilities so that the facilities will become useful to the people of Ghana. It's not about us. It's about the children. So I think beyond completing E-blocks that have not been completed, Honorable nominee, Honorable Chair, would the Honorable nominee look into the possibility of adding boarding facilities if an E-block is in a distant location and students cannot walk to the school, so they become more useful to the country? Thank you.
Chair, the government will have no difficulty at all accepting to work to add boarding facilities where it's necessary. My own personal experience during the campaign was a day I was driving from Yendi towards Miang, and you see a major E facility on the Miang Road. I saw school girls and boys walking the street from Yendi Kulpin walking towards that area. That reminded me that if there's any opportunity to add a boarding facility to that, we should do that. And then also in Cherpune and also in Wulesi on the same road, I saw a facility where many of the catchment communities needed that. We would have no difficulty expanding boarding facilities where necessary. Ours is to expand access, ensure relevance and quality delivery by improving the conditions of service of teachers to the best that the economy can do, and to improve their quality through motivation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. Honorable Yusuf, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. And first of all, let me congratulate my senior brother, Honorable Idris Aruna, for this nomination. And also just to put it on the record that we are very proud of you, especially with the young politicians from the north. And you serve as inspiration to us from your days as the student leader all the way to your parliamentary responsibility, from being a Minister of Communication, Minister of Employment, and now Trade, and also this thing. My question to you, Honorable nominee, one of the biggest challenges in our educational sector is the high drop rate of the basic level. And according to the African Education Watch, in the northern region, only 5 out of 10 students who enroll in KG are able to complete primary school. And after that, only 3 are able to complete JSS. Being the first Minister for Education from the northern sector of our country, in the Fourth Republic. What will you do to ensure that we address this issue that the Ghana Education Watch have just identified? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and members, and colleague, thanks for those warm compliments. It's important again to recognize that as a country, there is the northern-south divide when it comes to access to education, beginning from 1876, when the first school was established, and subsequently in the north, we got ours around 1951. So you can imagine the gap and the deficit. Even Achimota School around 1924, at the time that Tamale Secondary School, which became the first in the north, we will work to close that gap. Indeed, even for the implementation of the free senior high school, it is noted that participation rate is very high in northern Ghana. That explains that probably it is true that poverty was a problem to accessing quality education. So it's quality, equality, and equity. I also note that there's about 5,000 infrastructure deficit when it comes to provision of junior high school, basic schools, and secondary schools in northern Ghana, and also in Oti and western north. The statistics is not too encouraging for them. The urban concept, many in this area have taken full advantage of it. With the rare privilege of the President entrusting me as his Minister for Education, I will work towards equity and improve quality to education at all levels of our country. I would endeavor to close that gap, recognizing that I may have to do some affirmative action interventions to get it going, to correct some of the historical imbalances that are responsible for the deficit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yet you are moving to your fourth ministry, from communications to trade to labor and employment, or employment and labor, and now education. I'm sure something bigger will follow this. You are welcome. Let me say that the dexterity with which you answer your questions, oscillating between different subject areas, even though they are education, tells me that you flourish in this portfolio too. You will do well. And let me also commend you that I'm part of the people you mentored. I remember very well the day you asked Abuja to mentor me because I have potential. And we are your products. You know your products. We are about 7. Suhini is here. So we want to commend you for this. I want to wish you well. And we know that the reform that the sector cries for, you bring to bear, especially in areas that require it. The free SHS bill that was never done, I'm sure it will be one of your priorities so that it could be passed to ground this good policy. We wish you well. Approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Honorable, for those warm words.
I will take a comment from the Chief Whip, Honorable Anodombre. Let there be order.
Honorable Leader, may I have your attention? Let me join colleagues
to commend you highly for your nomination. Not to depart essentially from what my good friend Rambo Dafemepo said. We've known you way back. We all know, I personally know what you have done in terms of your contribution to where I am today. I recall our days at the Nooks. I can only urge you and encourage you. I don't have a question for you. Your competence cannot be lost on somebody like me. And those of us in the minority, especially. We know what you are and what you are capable of doing. I only want to caution that just be careful as you move forward. We are praying for you. Please be careful. Expectations out there are very high. And those of us in the minority, we love you. We love you. We want to see you succeed. We want to see Honorable Haruna succeed. I am only cautioning, Honorable Leader, I'm only cautioning, just tread with caution and just be cautious. We are with you and we wish you well. Honorable Chairman, thank you.
Caution noted.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Deputy Majority Leader, whether he has a question or a comment.
Honorable Haruna Idrisu, congratulations.
Thank you.
You indeed earned the right for the courtesies we are seeing this morning because of your long years of dedicated service to our country. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be a very successful education minister. I have personally worked with you and received a lot of support as energy minister. I've sat with you, and so there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be very successful. But the sector you are entering has a lot of challenges, and one of them has to do with industrial unrest, especially strikes by various professional groups in the educational sector. I know you've been a labor minister, and these are challenges that will stare you in your face as a minister. What are some of the strategies that you'll be adopting to address some of these challenges?
Chair, thank you very much. As I have said, it is a sector which is also advantageously has the best human resource of our country, from the professors, doctors. We will work with them. Industrial disputes are inevitable. And for a developing country like ours, you naturally should anticipate some labor unrest, some conflict between labor and government on matters which borders on their conditions of service. For the universities, the statutes of the university provide how council can negotiate them. There were contentious issues about book and research allowance, but more importantly, it's always a question of government timeously responding to agreements that have been made with trade unions and organized labor. If you say that you want to revise allowances, it takes effect from 1st June. For many of them, they expect that by 1st July, that is ready, at least to complement what they call their meager or inadequate salary. So the finance minister can, at many instances, I've had that experience with the Honorable Seth Tekpe then when he was Minister for Finance. And Chair, if you permitted me, I'll just share this example. There was an instance where judicial service workers embarked on strike action. At the time, Theodora Georgina Wood was the Chief Justice of the Republic. And in a meeting that President Mahama requested Julius Debra, Chief of Staff, together with myself and others to engage, I had to ask the Honorable Seth Tekpe that Does he appreciate what it means when judicial service workers are on strike? If somebody was entitled to a bill, and I'm sure now minority leaders should be interested in this, if the courts don't sit, you'll be putting the person into a human rights crisis. At the time, Justice Theodora Wood related to me that, look, in our IGF, there's about 38 million. We cannot touch it because the Ministry of Finance have not granted us permission to use IGF. It was when my attention was drawn even to a major constitutional deficiency, and I'm happy to bring it to your attention. At the time, judicial service workers, even up till now, unlike Parliament, you have your CI 118. This country have not treated the judicial organ of state with that. They don't have that. I think Article 1582 of the Constitution should deal with that particular matter. They are entitled to it. It was then I got the advice then from the Chief Justice that, look, let's engage the Minister of Finance, let him allow you 30–40% to use the IGF so that sometimes when these fires erupt, you can deal with it at your own level. So I want to believe that I do not anticipate. I know that SITAC is unhappy. I know many teachers' union are waiting for President Mahama to assume office, and they will say our outstanding allowances have not been paid. We will deal with it per what is available in the national kitty. We will do our best to keep the industrial peace of the country and keep the peace within the education sector and many other sectors of the economy for the good of our country. Thank you.
Robert Haluna, you are going to a ministry and the challenges are many. You are already aware of them, and I think a lot has been talked about. And these are no questions I expect you to answer. The challenges with the arrears of school feeding program, the challenges with gender. Well, they will have to collaborate with the Minister of Education. Okay, well, let the nominee answer. The challenges with taking out schools on the tree, and so many others that I'm very, very sure that you are competent to address. So I wish you all the best, and congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much. We proceed to take a comment from Deputy Minority Leader.
Right, thank you very much, Chairman. It will be most unfortunate if I don't add my voice to the many blessings that are going the way of my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. So I just didn't want to keep quiet, but to bless him. I know your competencies, and I know when people were questioning why education, I knew what you could do. So I bless you. In the name of the...
Thank you, Chair.
Amen.
I hope I have the permission to call Emma Pat. Thank you, thank you.
It's now the turn of Minority Leader and the ranking member of the committee.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, this room is filled to its full capacity. It tells all of us how popular you are with ordinary people. I can see behind you a lot of people. Now, I want us to do a little exercise. On your CV, you have on page 1 of 3, you have for residential address, 2 Shippy Close, Fedeos, Cantonment, Accra. If you'll be pleased, the cantonment is where you live, correct?
Yes. I live, when you are entering the house, you see the fiddles written by the wall.
Very well, nominee, I understand. I know cantonment very well. You live at cantonment?
Yeah, I do. I used to be in Bubuashi.
Honorable nominee, you provide the
Thank you.
specific answers to the very questions I ask. You know, you be my respected senior. Members want us to finish you quickly. And if you open yourself up, then maybe there will be more follow-ups. So you live at cantonment?
Yes.
Very well. Now, this residential facility, this property, is it a rented property or it is your house?
It is my house.
You are very honest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Arnedrus. The reason why we, the young ones, respect you is such courage to face the truth that will take you higher, as prophesied by Roxanne. So it is no offense for a politician to own a property at cantonment, correct?
Not at all, depending upon your...
Order. Chairman would respect. You've had calls to caution the friends of this committee from the majority side. Please let us observe some decorum, respectfully. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, saying, in Krahim Fana Wote,
Meti cantonments, baby.
Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, that's not allowed by our rules. Mr. Chairman,
because
Mr. Chairman,
I tried the tree with you because on your CV. Oh, colleague, on his CV, we are not done. Chairman, these your friends.
Please go ahead and address the chair.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Aaron Edrisu, Pacho, why a MP in Fiesane?
I bet it's 20 years in there.
Very well. So those are you've passed. Because Honorable nominee, you say on your CV that you speak English, Dagbani, Hausa, and Twi.
That's true.
I am thus far impressed with your Twi. I'm sure that there is a southern inspiration.
That's Parliament House.
My wife, Mary.
Oh, very well.
Sometimes when I'm coming out, I don't know about church, me say, Chino, Messia, Namin Bomadin, Namin Kanaye.
So, Chair, you have disclosed that Madam has inspired you with a tree. That's great. So, Chair, I want to know from the nominee whether or not he benefited from free education.
I did, coming from northern Ghana at the time. I attended Kulkul School through Bagabaga JSS, through Tamale Secondary School and Navasco, and education was generally free for that part of our country. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, you had your O-level in Tamale Secondary School, but went to Navrungo for your A-level. Can you tell me what inspired you to move from the Great Tamasco, right? From the Great Tamasco to the Great Navasco?
When we wrote the GC O-level exams, I think that I didn't do well in mathematics for that particular sitting. And Tamasco at the time was insisting on a particular grade. and Navasco was open. If you had evidence that you were about rewriting, you could come and justify. So I went to Navrungu Secondary School for the A-level. And I'm proud to say that 1991, I probably was one of the best A-level students Navasco produced. I still hold one of the best grades ever in business management from Navasco. That record have not been broken. And so yes, this was what motivated. But traveling to Navrungu Chair was a difficult one. 7 hours from Tamale to Navrungu. And then you are carrying your gari in a chop box. You are not sure of the metro mass. It was, we have survived and we have come a long way. Thank you, Chair.
So, Honorable Nominee, I can understand why you had to go through a law program with those inspirations you've studied, philosophy, sociology, and all, and then from there you had to do law. Now, I note from page 3 of 3 on your CV, respectfully, your membership of the Ghana Bar, 2002 to date. As you may be well aware, as a lawyer, your membership to the bar, or with the bar, at the bar, originate from your being a member of a law firm or a department of an agency so recognized, by the state. Now let me explain, because my respected colleague is trying to draw my attention, though not on record. When you are called to the bar, you are a lawyer. You've been called to the bar after pupillage, yes. But your annual subscription, you cannot, unless something has changed that I don't know, you are able to pay for your subscription if you can relate to a law firm or a department, a legal department of an institution. So please, that is not indicated. Which law firm do you?
Chairman, thank you very much. At the time I finished University of Ghana, even though a student activist, I had a strong bond with Speaker Alban Bagbin, and therefore he recommended me for Law Trust. I've since been, one of our partners is here, James Mensah Kule, who is my law school mate, and minority leader, the chairman of this committee. I graduated from law school with him the same day, Bernard Ahiafo, with Honorable Amwakwata and Professor Abuchi and Ben Say of Nanado Chambers and others. So I am tied to Law Trust, and I'm a lawyer in good standing. I've paid all my subscription. Indeed, subject to Parliament clearing me, I do 2 additional things. I'm into football and I'm into law. I appeared before the 8th Parliament to get justification to hold office.
Honorable Nominee, enough. Honorable Nominee, the almighty free SHS that you're looking forward to reform, review, is in order. I mean, obviously, coming from where we started, from where people even thought it is not possible. I am happy that as a nation, we appreciate the fact that we've done so well in educational reforms. I commend the respected Dr. Yahweh Duchum for the effort. I commend Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, who is not with us in this parliament, for his effort. And above all, the Akufo-Addo government. I feel assured that you intend to review and look at the areas that were not too successful so that you make it better. That said, may I tease your mind on this? There is this talk that even in mighty America, free education does not include boarding. in advanced democracies where emphasis is on free education, boarding is not part. And at Ghana, we have punched above our weight by introducing free boarding. Your honest view, do you think that we must continue to have free boarding?
Even expanded. Kandiga is not America. Wulugu is not America. I'm sure one of the communities in the Winneba area is not America. They have access. The transport systems are networked and effective. It is not so for Ghana. For many children, I'm sure members of parliament even have to buy bicycles to support them to be able to commit to school daily. It means that for some to access this good quality education, they need to do more. So increased boarding facilities for deprived rural areas is important. Review, as announced by President Mahama, is not cancellation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I should proceed to have a discussion with him on the tertiary education we have in Ghana. His party in opposition promised free university tuition for year one. And in all fairness to your government, you were very specific that you pay for year one. First semester of the academic calendar for the universities have since commenced. May I know from you whether your government intends to implement this policy in your first budget to take care of semester one? No, you don't know.
On the authority of President Mahama, I'm sure his Minister of Finance, if this House approved the Honorable Tuforson, will present the reset budget of the government. It will include some provision of some 345 million cedis to cater for admission fees for students undertaking courses in the normal subject areas, not professional areas like medicine. And for President Mahama, this is a model to experiment. You will look at it. How do we fare as a country? If it is possible for expansion, then he will expand it. And he's not asked that if you are able, you should not. We know that some students have already paid their admission fees. It will be refunded to them. Honorable Leader.
Honorable Chair, we are engaged in a public discourse. If the nominee will be pleased, may he bring clarity to this matter. In your manifesto launch, which took place in Efutu, Winneba, Efutu. By the way, Winneba is the capital of Efutu. And you entered Winneba with all the glory and assurances to the nation. You did not say admission fee. The statement was free universities. I'm quoting President Mahama's words. Free first year tuition fees. First year, we have semester 1 and semester 2. It is the NDC manifesto did not promise admission fee for first year. It did not promise admission. So I just, with the greatest respect, at the risk of sounding immodest, pray you to bring clarity to what exactly you intend doing for the first year university student.
Thank you very much, Leader. Fortunately, I was a member of the manifesto committee, so I still recall even when we had to discuss this subject, we asked Professor Odro and a team to go out and work out the numbers for us to discuss with the president before we went public. Leader, for your purposes, tuition is free in all public universities in Ghana. Therefore, we're referring to admission fees. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, the jury is out there, so some of the issues we are unable to resolve, we'll leave it for the jury to determine. There's no problem. We have to move on. Now, let me also, for the benefit of clarity, if you say all universities, does that also mean all tertiary institutions?
Leader, if you note, that's why, for instance, expanding free senior high school, the president said public, because the double track system has to be addressed. So we have to look into private senior high school. What capacity do they have? Maybe 150,000, and you have a number of 300,000 young people who ought to be in school. Today, as we speak, year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home. Or year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, I'm not cutting you. I think the mainstay of my question was in respect of the tertiary. You know, we have nursing colleges. We have colleges for animal husbandry or veterinary. You know, we
use the word universities for that purpose.
So that is why other friends of committee, there is an important discussion. Now, so do I take it from the clarity you provided that College of Nursing, colleges of education, colleges of agriculture, and other colleges of tertiary in stature are not part of this first year free tuition policy of the NDC government?
I'm not able to use tertiary and universal interchangeable here for this purpose. I had admission fee for first year university students. Thank you.
Chair, again, on this very subject matter, I appreciate the sincerity of the nominee, and again, the jury is out there to make their determination on this important matter. However, honorable nominee, don't you think that having regard to the expectation of the Ghanaian youth in respect of this free first year tuition, they would find the policy discriminatory if you are only giving this benefit to university students? You have earlier referred to some constitutional provisions, Article 25 and 38 and all. Don't you think that the Ghanaian youth out there who is attending a college of education, who is attending a college of agriculture, who is attending a college of nursing, will feel discriminated against since he or she is also having a tertiary education?
For President Mahama, if it was possible to grant free education to every Ghanaian, he just would have done that. It depends upon the size of the economy and what our economy vis-a-vis demands from other sectors of the economy can do. Thank you.
Babaru.
Tutubra.
Very well. So
you have to tell members that you are the only person who knows my two known names in the university.
On the TVET, You know, the enrollment levels were very low in ensuring that you sustain, one, and two, to encourage as many talented Ghanaians to walk that path in acquiring skills, rather than insisting on going into the mainstream senior high school.
Thank you very much. The relationship between industry, employability, hinges on the quality and training of young people with employable skills, which are largely technical, vocational. I'm aware that the Honorable Educhum and his colleagues tried a number of TVET institutions. In my review of the handing over notes, the infrastructure, he just started when government had to go through the debt crisis, and therefore there was no funding to complete many of them. Be assured that we will complete all of them to support President Mohammed's agenda to get more young people employable by way of those skills. Now, the problem with many of the TVET institutions was retooling and equipment. It's not just about building the infrastructure. If you said carpenters, have you provided for their training? If you said masons, have you provided for their training? So we'll look into it and ensure that at least every region has a model of the TVET institution that is dedicated to them, because we also must deal with a problem that you don't get 300, 400,000 SSS students who don't know their fate beyond completion of senior high school. Then you'll be producing a cohort of unemployment graduates for that category of young people. So we would invest in TVET. Technical and vocational education is important, and requisite financing will be provided for them. But as I said, I look forward to decapping GetFund and dedicating many of it to get robust infrastructure done.
Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I would want to draw his attention to His Excellency the President. On his campaign trail, I believe he identified some challenges in the school feeding program. And at one point, he did indicate that instead of government having to procure for the schools, he will rather come up with a policy to let the head teachers themselves procure the items, the food items, directly. In other words, he will transfer the funds to the schools so that the schools themselves would procure the food items for the students. May I know from you, Honorable Nominee, if indeed, beyond the campaign rhetoric, this is also part of the policies that you are going to introduce as a way of ensuring, in your own way, efficiency in the free SHS system in terms of the aspect that deals with school feeding.
First of all, to note that in our manifesto, the words that were used was to implement no academic fee policy for first-year students in all public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges of education, and nursing training colleges, for the record, leader. So this is our pledge.
I know why I was pushing you.
I'm
happy, you know.
I appreciate it.
I know why I was pushing you, because your manifesto is here. So I wanted to be sure. And so I'm happy you've gone back to clarify, to give assurance.
Thank you.
Yes, I must. If opposition leader cannot have access to your manifesto, then what is my use? I must have it.
Thank you, leader. And chair, school feeding.
I mean, school feeding in this context is referring to the senior high school, not the basic school feeding.
Yes, school feeding for senior high school was largely done in a centralized form by the previous government, taking advantage of two institutions, the Buffer Stock Company and the Ghana Commodity exchange. And it allowed for central pitches in some quantities of these food items. Headmasters already played some role when it came to perishable items, uniforms, and others. We have to phase out implementation because we cannot afford any food shortages as the schools run. 3rd January, we have to provide for stability of their calendar and make sure that there's adequate food and the quality of the food. But certainly the GES and headmasters will have a role. It's more, Chair, a cash flow problem and how early the Ministry of Finance releases those funds. If we are not careful, there will come a time that you would have done purchases and major suppliers will say that they won't do it because they've not been guaranteed or assured. So we have to deal with the cash flow problem, which is a matter which can be resolved between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. But for us, is to assure that we stop any potential disruption of the school calendar arising out of the lack of or delay in getting these food items to the school. We will work with those institutions, but define a role for the headmasters in a phased-out process. Thank you.
Senior, please. Employment. My constituency produces the highest number of diploma and B.Ed graduates. Bachelor in Education. As you may know, UEW was established as a specialized tertiary facility to train teachers and feed that market. On daily basis, they come to me. This morning, I received a message, which message is to ask you what plans you have to get as many of them who have graduated and are still unemployed into getting the employment with GS.
GS, it will be a function of availability of funds and a matter of vacancies arising, the location of those vacancies, who is willing to go, and then the Minister of Finance granting clearance to the Minister for Education to recruit such number of teachers as may be desirable for the running of our educational system. As and when we get the clearance, we would honor those numbers. Thank you.
Senior, again, may I know from you about this licensure examination policy of the MPP? Are you going to maintain it? Chairman, the friends of this committee from the majority side must know how we operate. They should stop it. Will you maintain it or you will abolish it?
We will have a systematic review of it to abolish it. We are going to review the curricula of the colleges of education and the faculty of education of the universities. They will incorporate it as part of the exam that students will write, and when they pass it, they are on. Thank you.
Now, let's come to this very nagging national issue, the LGBT issue. Now, His Excellency President Mahama, recently in his engagement with the religious bodies, specifically the Catholic bishops, indicated that the law that stops, prevents, alienates, and prevents business relationship does not necessarily need to be enacted, and that perhaps the country can.
Very well. Live on TVS was it, and also on Power 97.9 FM. Afenyo Markets, very, very annoying. And I don't know why the chairman of the appointment committee, why allow Afenyo Markets on Kwana, I had to say, Vetina Ekoso, and I had to say Afenyo Markets on Kwana Ekasa. Ono Kwana, we are see, yes, and you no, this is nonsense. You're nonsense. Your opposition, yes, in any AU. And today, see your opposition, Joe say, Joe's on my quine wakasa. Over slow, chairman, are you way better now? I am for, we are slow too much. Upon a committee, ni baba kopa na ya juma wana. Ni baba kopa na te committee no so. Afenyo maken kuwa ti mi kasa more than 30 minutes, ni obi an kasa. Your opposition enya webi. Masa. Mamo nyam sa ne ma no amon share abufuo. Mamo share abufuo. Now started around by 9 a.m. Abra yenua eye Kwame Abuja tenase. It taking how many hours? More than 2 hours na to say di agro ewo eye appointment committee na say. Vati beni. Kotom de vati beni. Unnecessary questions. And now you have the audacity to ask questions about LGBTQ plus. Useless Afenyo Markets. You have that audacity. Because now you are in opposition. LGBTQ no yadeba to horo. And you woni asante be dia tomu na two milika samo ma president sign. And all be bisa ho ade abai. Masa Afenyo Market won shagan of obufuo. Ye dan ho simete o ma ba. No ne na ba sa atrase. Ye ba be diga na ho nkomo. Ye be ba sisia. Welcome back live on TV as well as Ethnos on Power 97.9 FM and all our affiliate stations across the country. And I'm a guest, a lawyer, Nuruddin Abbas, Mia Minuya Bakope, ya Jamekwa Santimentema, communication officer, on a chemi baby a TZ Papa War, baby a Chinchinga Papa War, a port run about to Dimifri Hono, Demeko, no question me baby a many TZ Papa Eddie. And they want to join me with studio why EBD as Antimine any a year Ghana my home and combo. Minya Afishaba.
I think come beside you.
Madam Nemia body and I say your body and I say. Very well, yeah, I say enough. I'm saying you share, right? I share. I'm saying okay. I have a phone telephone so near vetting a year appointment committee vetting I say. So far minim Asani Become share the CC first acquisition in 2025 and we are now a whole head. Yes, I see first sentiment. Sunday the above it and the other issues. Yeah, of course. And we are say CUP could watch it retired or has a yen a human.
I think I bet you had the Shakunkron 80 in a session. I wore a TV SYZ. Now Mugabe send ye unimno. And Ra Nane ye acquisition dikan ye see a film. Na ye papa John Dramani Mahama so ye to aba Ghana for share and monyam to aba kese man no na on fa ne ho kochira Santimaura to ye se obefa sebi ye ode bo ba ko beku anoma mienu obekwa akwasi de no de ye ne ho akochire ye Santimaura tinra ye papa si kuma se menu apa ni behwe ode okonra echi okoda nra echi anwumre emanra kwasie no oko eye ye papa sofo panyini Ebenezer na sorry ekoda na se ewo empaibo ene chitapa wodeta no ama enkunimdie ede ayene dia na owie ye no no ba manhia na enra ye papa ba manhia no pani behwe santehene enya akwanya wo kasa no si asanteman edi mpuntu komaye dey ache ta asantehene okasa wa bebuom the last 8 years MPP na our abam MPP is so stronghold any Ashanti region ti semfie nwotwe no bibi pakọ so anka Santimaura be dey ebeka si asante edi mpuntu komaye dey ache die papa yi wa bay oman no akọhoma sika no ne oman mpuntu no ye cha asantemai chefa wom asantemai chefa na se de se asantemai no mfanye dey emano ye papa nso je pene se ampa owe asantema ntemu a they say MPP phone to me say e omonkwa stronghold e NDC nso stronghold
33%
because 34% because owe afia ba ye to ya no a Greater Accra eni enya amane dodo pa enya 1.3 million e bigu achire every where Ashanti region almost 700,000 ache say o kan region ma san NDC votes pa Asante etoso mienu wow o bobo class omo a ebo omo homodene na we first na we second na che so omo na abo omo homodene pa nti Asante abo ne homodene nti e papa nso gina so bo Santimaura no ho ba se onyi nani ehinta Asantemai na de Asante ayede ahye ne monyam no eye ne fedodo enti no obeye na Asante mpuntu aka akire no otu humpon na baby ba ko de nani ko kire ye pa ye apomoden ni ayerehwe ho nsem Mugabe oba Asante mantemo ha baby obi ayare amu ye din a ye de ne ba ye konfo anoche nya Asante mantemo nko a 12 regions na wo asuro ni nyina obi ayare na mu ye din akonfo anoche ena ye de ne ba ye mampe yewrama ha ma bai no hu se konfo anoche no abre pressure no a wo konfo anoche so na ma konfo anoche ekumubu indi ye say ECC hospitals akese sa ate se konfo anoche se ne be ye be ma de so na so konfo anoche no ayedai akofom to sha say so 500 bed military hospital e wa ferry 250 bed Ashanti regional hospital was area enfie nwotwe o mampanyina kufu ado ajai ono na Asante to abakese ma no wamfa ne nsa nka na kyesa Asante apomuden ho nyedai ehia no na Mugabe na ukọ emergency okumase ebe wareho bed se besi akura ni panya bi na so obi ba near the net or near the draper sin so me tim go. The papa John Mahama say baby I would kind in any other. O man penny kufu ado free so ebe kan nam you know am na free so anim go ase. So we are na yenwie no kubie. Okoi na contractor na tutupuno ne mu nyina na ogina bonten say watotum kra ma bie. Na contractor ne so de krata aba bonten say hospital ne yenye de yenwie nti ba na wo baaye no watwa nkwansini hunu. Ete say wo de kenten akonsuo nkwansini hunu no aye de watwa. Ye papa say obesiesie say we are no obewie no we afari. Konfo anoche ye no 1954. Say konfo anoche na esa nipa yare na yare. But renovation bi ayeye wo konfo anoche bi a intimi nimu because nipa no ba na ye de ye ba. Ti ye papa so obewie sawia no awie eye military hospital. Na ya afọ na yi o makọ na anya kwan ye de. Na anya kwan siesie konfo anoche no ama na gina ne na so as a tertiary or quaternary hospital ebema sebe obi yare ne refer no free srema mantifido ebono ene atoye mantamu a ene asante mantam kra no a oba obenya yare hwe ye dai edimu na ya papa asem no kan eto asante akoma so yie pa because ye to aba ne wie ye no de obi a kan se yesre o papa asante a hye nanimonyam to won de oba no wantimi anya hwe kra no a eniema na nkofo we ye krokro de dwon omode omsake kan omaja gu ho no onwie ni nyina ti sa asem no ye papa be kan ye no ato asante akoma so ama asante hunu se ye papa no ba oba ye no se ne yo kase wo ba be ye niema yie no ampani ampa oba e be ye niema ye na nra ye ko manhia wa wonim niema e ko so nra na me hu se security team no a Yewura John Mahama yi no nya agro no mo be di o hwe national security advisor Abdul Osman Razak Mugabe papa no coordinator
and Dr. Bani
or yes slow but sure o share Prosper Bani very experienced and nipa me feel yep adwuma bia no de action no ye operations and nra abrantie bia waye no ho boni aye ono free Yewura Mahama echi no na me hu say Yewura Mahama be di nkunim because ono no o hwe abakwase mu a abatu obi ayato obi a wa obedi wachi bia wulusu 2008 me kaja taba asem 208 na odi akufu ado achi akufu ado lusu 2012 say di akufu ado achi na akufu ado lusu 2016 na sebi ontimi ntena fa akoni nto so ohura be di Yewura Mahama achi na Yewura Mahama so lusu 2020 obedi Yewura Mahama achi na lusu ye 2024 yi okodi ba omi echi na me se chart na to na me se chart na ida to na sabi kakono a wokono kra no ha dwene ye nsem bi okekan ye se Yewura Mahama empa santefo asem enom ne ade na cha se ofi se o ka gu Yewura ne ho fi na ne hwa ya asante ehene ya nto aba anya de ama no na asante ntie na asem ne to aba ne bum de ma eye Yewura eye Mahama na nra wono no waye Yewura Mahama edom say woti dwamu a
obechia
wako hye bibi kutu ba yenim se bomb na hye mu se de yo ehwa na Yewura Kofi Boache e ma ye sign no se nura na me believe say Yewura Kofi Boache operations adwuma no na Yewura Kofi Boache ma ye sign no aha unua no ne no na mototo ayampia so no kra wakoto Yewura Kofi odi atroche se wo be ka asem wo be ma Yewura Kofi Boache ho aye dai aye he ba Yewura Kofi Boache obi anim se sabia so sabia nyaado yesi aboa no de ne huhu na we ni bu Yewura Kofi Boache se obi ba presidency ono tese Kofi Boache na wo ho a ono ankasa hunu se ampani ampa Yewura Mahama nya agro no e de odi
se oni mo adwuma
dan ti Yewura Kofi Boache de ya bona baso ma ne ntia atesem hunu mo bia nso ntia atesem hunu sa ne nsem hunu a wo keka na Yewura Kofi Boache ye se Yewura Kofi Boache ede ne huhu be kan ye ho wa Ashanti region no na men PP fo hu say ye nya
o ya enura de COP Kofi Boache ye wa major taba access na ye ne kwan so a
because wa frantoma
wonim de shentum
yenim de shentum wo ni pan so wa se no a na ye ma wo ba na sabi wo be yi sekan bi wo ntuma mu de wo no na ye ndai te hwa na Yewura Kofi Boache ye born re
like say operations adwuma
no waya de na one Yewura Kofi Boache to aba wie ye ne na hira ye hu so ideas
fantastic
waya na adwene so oba ye de
we serious man
na ye nyina so ye de ye boni chidom communicate ye boni chidom kese ye pa wo se ye nyina no
Kofi adwuma no
tumi ye adwuma no na yesu ye dey yetanachi yenim nokra ne yenim atro so obi betwa
Ghana mani asante na yetanachi
obi betwa hwede wuntumi ade anti ena ne ye wonkofo bebre Kofi Buache ena wuntumi na mo ka ke
kan nyina so de asante memro ka kan nyina
eno na me ka say
se mo ka fa
eno na me ka say
Buache so asane ye
eno na me ka say aboa no de ne huhu na ye dey ewen ni bu
o se de aboa ne de
aboa no de ne huhu ena ewen ni bu o ko hwe jata buo ma ko che ne ba na ko ne ye ka say jata ne oni ho kra wo bedwane
na se when
because when say jata o ya aboa bi a ne huhu Kofi Buache eyi nanim
o ti ho kra keka
Kofi Buache yi nanim say waba NDC no a police fo afre yan say afeni ahunu say ma adwene say mo pretumi afeni ahunu say ma serious
fantastic
oye move back mienu a wontumi mo hu say o mo bibia afeli no afeli na o makotena wontumi TV
the boys no
enti enim sacrifice a yewura Kofi Buache ye dia ama NDC enti jata ba asam a wo kan dia ya
say o quiet type on head and kasa
yes
but action ko
yes, he is an action man and we believe say operation adwuma no be
almost what the bibia babeka presidency no
yes he has brought
when it comes to security
maybe the Americans in terms of security no what the some aura of invincibility bi ada
fantastic abewure
because Kofi Buache enye de keto wa Ghana Kofi Buache odiade animu animonyam ye de in terms of security no apapafo e wo ha nyina onimomo na bonefo nso e wo wiase nyina wo ye de onimomo entu kasa wo pese wo ne ne kwa papa wo ne obeko wo pen bone nso wo ne obede wo ne obeko so I think say he did very well.
COP Kofi Buache retired director of operations office of the president Bojuma Maase na o mascript adwuma ye de ora nso udimuti timai mommo adwuma Maase na untumi TV no ne nkrofo no sa force news no too much and was at the same penny for say or more ton ya near someone distributing schools na dey I mean National Media Commission for more Ghana
what who say enya National Media Commission adwuma wo kọ Ghana Emra boy abone for some ho Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 Act 29 ukumu Mugabe so we betena radio so na TV so no boni sire mu kan asem a ye ka say publication of false information to create fear and panic a crime enya National Media Commission asem ohu eniema bi say nti na ye free say we eniema bi say Mugabe eniema bi say nti na ye no ye free say yewura dampare was so happen again Mugabe utie eniema bi say nti na ye free say yewura dampare was so happen again Mugabe ye beto aba no abrante bi wa Accra ha ablekuma ho baabi okugina baabi e kan asem bi ana mfata egu eye omampanyina Kufuado ho ehwa na dampare me ekoche no ye de ni dru court ye jeli no 4 years tieni ye chese wakoka asem a ehu agu omampa ehwa na dampare me ekoche no enti die enti na NDC ye wo power na wuntumi TV for publish false news no ye crime edi enti ni enti nkoche o Mugabe edi enti a enti esire ye dampare ye se aba ye de botechi no sa aba na wo se ye de ye de boba e na atwensire mienu guja so nso a ye ndi ba ko anu nya ba ko
dampare MBB for ye boni
meme de say dampare be ko ana so won kono no de it is the preserve of your papa John Mahama minyi ni say wo say yen na ye kire no de wonye yenim say ono ane ne security
lobby na hemfo ne
ba meme de me kan say ye dampare en aponi game sa selective application of the law obi NDC ni no akoye eyi na ye che no meme de ana ye de na gotum na ne obi ti ho na na bi asem okoka ye sa aba no ye tu no mienu sei ni sei ye wie ye nka wo se ya che no ohine ba na si edu wo se ya che no
omodi mi ko gina ko 3 years na lawyer edo gina na ye lawyer o mo se ma publish force news
eno na make
Canadian Japan ameswali wonu oni yenchen because ono na tena ni TV
you get the point Mugabe some mete hey me ba na me bedi atro se ade bi wo ho wa bra eni ho a eye crime enye National Media Commission asem what you say na desire dey aye dey desire eye NCA boss a oba ne say the first thing also oye ne say DTT platform no onyi sa wontumi TV ni free so and you won't meet TV in Kwana, what in stations, you know, movement TV, you know, free so no monko, Sabi or more, and some no monko dinner free to air. So a bassa at the sanity bed, by media space. On the MP before Lusuno, Lusuno, Mugabe, or Monte or Monse Patabribri a day, a bomb. Into my imagine say, or more the astronomy at the end of the eba. Yet now, my sad, you know, a jing here. At the yendeni or how can see upon a bebre. It as a matter of urgency, so Attorney General obey. On from rank core parliament, publication of False Information Act. Yen free criminal code nim near man on kwame yamra. Near for ingredients mimrem. So can't say near chewa. Oba ya do court no want me improve wa. Ya do betum say. What you say? Na he who alleges. No more or more yes I just and say on Mampenny John Mahama. Ubedi adie. Ghana ubedi adie. O my japade bi e wo ho bia no a ye de ma obia no e wo se o me ye examination into last about so Mampenny Mahama nye de enko ho se onim sa because ye sweeping ye de e wo ho e ho ne ye kwache se ye nya cameras mako 76 a ye de asie e wo last house so a se ye anya sweeping end the bag ho a o Mampenny Mahama o kwa wo te wo ye adwuma no wo se wadan so na ne na ye de e na Ghana armed forces ne wo unita omo hwe Ghana ye plane so o Mampenny Mahama afre omo say omo mechre ye the state of ye Ghana the fleet of aircraft say wo say airworld diana enye airworld say ye plane na ye wo no nipa tenamu ye ya na say enye de ye besi na omo mai na plane a yen certify ye say etimi fa wiem na o Mampenny Mahama ko tenam na ko twa na che say yade pa bia boy ana
na ba say me besi metu kwan me ba kumase me be du kumase na me peka yesu uye me nua mosini uwo bia
me ba ho Mugabe na ne nua na o Mampenny Mahama nya se obeye Mampenny na oyusu eye Ibrahim Mahama ya ade opposition ni nyina sometimes obekuma se eno na ode ba enti bibia nsesa na tena na otim no mine mo kaka preba
enti mo ha on say
what ya say eno nkoda kasa akufu ado agya na oho nyina no ye nim de woka ni magese ye sweep car no ahwe se bibia ye pepepe na ne nua say or one car or on Tinamua MPP for say Akotoka na Sabia son Sabia nya don say wo pese Sabia udi atro kra na atro no ya udi afa nyansa to ho anya say babon tia wan hwe ya Sabia obi beka say wo ye kwase a Ghana se beto car I was a finance minister the kind estate of the budget mu sa afi we ye koto car say o Mampenny Mahama buy the finance minister cry approve no na kampese wa ye dey wakoto wa certify say nkoto car na wa ye dey yakoto car
kan ko
what you say
how many
o crat ebrebe na be dey ba what you say MPP for ye catch am say
Jimmy too much
say obi ejam from aboni go so now ye wa adwen say o de ahopepre ebetua ne car wobani ase o hunti na MPP for sabia so sabia nya do mo gya o mo na ase o mo na o mo nam no o mo feel say NDC ye o mo ne ma bone na o mo ye no ye ma ne dedi ma Ghana for the to abetia o mo nti na ne ye wo so o mo nso eye bibi ba de o mo ye no hwe de afenyo mark say ye wo parliament
ho na vet ho na me ba no say ho
de afenyo mark on say meme de ye leader say ye no meti o mo ase Mugabe won say ne me ka kire no MPP for adwembone abom trim na adwembone ba kura trim so a otongum Mugabe mebo a o my o madwen say o mo no say no they have nothing to lose enti yankofo no ya o mo be say bibia e na Mugabe ye ade na wo ade no say ebe kwati a wo no na wo say wo bre wo to bo ase what you say e de semre bi asem ko pire kin Solomon anim ma me bi awo ne ba na ba ko ba wu na chenchina de ne ba wu ne say de otinkom no na ye ne ba ko pie kin Solomon anim no ene o say we say ne dia dia ne ye cha kwala ne mienu no obi afafa de anya ne dia no no ne ba wu no ye say nkeka de oni ntuma nko anka de bia ne ye grasafo so no oni ntuma what you say o say ye cha kwala anim na che say we so de ne wu a na che say ene ne de ne nyina aye de ayepe de ye ne ba no also the say the man cry am fama na nso ne ya you get a point ya bre na elections we ya win ya papa John Mahama ne term no sha ase enche MPP ya omo ya Akufo-Addo 8 years ago Sabre na scandals be 5 na ba Kufuado no speech wako we plagiarism. Sabre na Alfred Oben boss ayede Mahama mamuo na eko smooth no a ne bosha wo hye ye nyina wo di so a ene boku conflict ano ayede bras ministers also obeyi sister o de na akwa mo no ha o mo se o man ni mo ayede adwo sa ha o mo se
appointment aba no wi na o de
neba ho ha o mo se bibia ko enti o mo pese o mo ye no mo ya de a yebeka se yanka nkofo ese e kasa de o mo ntimi nya de enye what you say ena Mugabe me ne kramoni ukọ Quran mu a Nyankopon ka asem bi o se ya ayu allazina amanu sta'inu bis sabri was sala inna allaha ma asabilin what you say first part ne de o se eye mu a mo se magye die se bibia si a mo fa mpaibo ensum frame na metie na me Nyankopon de ntia me ko tu Quranic verse Nyankopon so ono Mugabe o ka abotrefo ho inna allaha ma asabirin sanete nti ade bia wo ye bia no nya abotre ye dai ewie nkunimdie Mugabe wate ase na me afenyo markins no MPP no sebie nya ado enne ase MPP nim no yakoye se nyansafo ne animdefo asa na de bia me ka se ukokrom na banchi asa Mugabe ene ye de nkamfo afrafufu because nkamfo ye ni ekomba ana banchi ni ho an ye pen nkamfo akira kwan because general wadi onkofo anim se do mo kokon na mo ya 137 ena wo san adwuma a wonim ntino ukoye onkofo no yakokum mu be 50 emo aba 88 me na okura nka me de mitibesie full
of himself
me na okura nka me de mitibe no afenyo market se ne o si behave no enya normal o de o pa hwe se ne o ye ne ho ase
ono ko an e kasa
me pesa me kasa ase o ye special chat ase ono anu o te ne voice anana ni ayede
I blame the chairman of the
no I know na me can say Mugabe chairman nso se be so se me Mugabe tie se twema me ntwema kra ye den e wai de wo ye no chairman ni koye bi ade ne be sei na MPP fo anya ayi na o mampanyin Mahama ade pa wo ye kumase o ko ye se ne ne fe ye ye dey ye jaika ye constitutional review committee a watenom ni ade a ye be hwa ye na ne nyina ye dey ni ye jaika ye se NDC ni MPP fo ye dey kun wo parliament Mugabe we will not grant them that spectacle and e bie won so no me feel say honorable ahiafo we new to the position na minim say e bia we time no be dey obe come around because MPP time sometimes we Joe Wise o timi tia so hi ni mo sam nkwala ye interview wani ye bo a so hi ni ko busa question bi o tia no o wi e overrule question na opportunity kra was say di busa kra wan farm no but one say eno na ma ye dance from MPP no Mugabe eno na ema MPP ya bi ti o mo 1.7 million votes no Ghana fo hunu say MPP for yonkofo bi a dwe ahantan emrentu asem afefesem NDC sani MPP for tie no say NDC for tie say o man kan to question
Ghana for kwan yimre
dia me dija Ghana for kwan say ye papa John Dramani Mahama afenu aba na wo hwe previously sabrenki enyi ministers crowd ye papa ba ye no wa hit the ground running. They say almost 60 ministers na akaka krebi na si CEOs wa sha say appointed DCEC ye dey ye virtue omo wa sha say toto niema wa sha say na niema me can say definitely amount for expectations were high but expectations they nyani nyina na ebetumi meet because there ye say there ye hwehwe nyina na ensa kan enka kokosachi ye ne firstborn ene aboa kroma. He has started well. Yes, he has started very well. So far, appointments are Abano. He has rewarded loyalty. Edu Ginom, Edward Bawanom, Same Jamfinom, Parliament, Julius Debra, Parliament were rewarding leadership. You are to forcing. You a Juma were in this election. Your papa, you are Kwame Abuja, enomne. Gender balance and so washem many mo nyama blaji fago machine ne ye mame Emiliata ne Elizabeth what you say it your papa shall say so good abino your papa na ye adwuma ne ntem e na ama amanfo hunu say kwanta because abino 1 month kranye de nyan into obi anya abotra num nsu ntwo entwen ope na ye mfam paibo panta aban na chi
won kan ha de within the week be say this
me da asem Mugabe na me so
ye ko Dr. Mponsa won ye na twetwe nkomonti yenti Dr. Mponsa eno akire nwumre no si akase bobeba na openye obesa call vetting committee ni bi ene no honorable Eric Opoku intuma fide ni na ha de koso bia no power any TV SYZ and SYZ radio SYZ ye fancy obema wati ni nyina Dr. Mponsa
Amponsa meka ufie ho na waje so ama me se wayaresa fie meka se Dr. Amponsa je so ma me se wayaresa fie aha de eje wa ma obanko ade a ye be sa oyare ba bibiara a wo hye ewo sa Ghana maimu ha ana se wo hye abrochi maimu no ye be sa oyare ye yaresa no ye sabi wa abrochire esabi wo Ghana enti se wo Côte d'Ivoire ene oben he ya Nigeria ene Togo nom nyina ye ne mo nete a wontutu America mra na ye nsamo yare na mo ho ntomo mo amowo oman Ghana mu no babi a obenya yen eye babi miensa baako eye Accra Spintex Coastal Junction udru Coastal Junction hodoma busa taxi for say o hwe Dr. Amponsa se ode Uber anase Yamgo anase ne ka ho nyina eno na wofro ede abade a eno ane se obebo Dr. Amponsa Herbal Hospital Dr. Amponsa Herbal Hospital ewo internet no so edo obeba Dr. Amponsa fie ena me pese bi dikan ka yare we hu asem eho hia me yie pa eno nti eya yare we nti obi ti abrochiro oni ahoto yare we nti obi te oman we mu oni ahoto obi wo sika pa nanso yare a ye friend asichire yare e mana ahoto eno nti ne ma promise o say nyame na me so ebeje wo nkwa diabetes asichire yare yi eye yare bi a aba ewo wiase so far yare kura no meka se oye number 1 a yare a untum mfa yare bi a miti no se edoso ukọ oman bi aso a diabetes agentre ha pa na sa asichire yare yi eye yare bi a Dr. Amponsa West Africa nyina mene number 1 a mesa yare yi simple na se wonni mu abeka se na doctor idie adenti o se o sa asichire yare simple sa yare no kwan e fa so ba ene kwan a ye be fa so a ye be boa o me kire o na abeti ase nyankopon bo nipa no obo wo sese wudidi na aduane no ye adwuma wie nipa duane bibia wom twene de a ne ye ka las no edane sugar broni freno sugar anase insulin sa asichire ya aduane no bedane no ne ye de ye adwuma ma no ye freno pancreas tiemi ye pa sa pancreas ne wo obrebo nom na dwuma a oye ne se wadidi a aduane no abaye asichire no pancreas ne na de baye adwuma ma wo na sa insulin no na ma energy ebia na wo pancreas ne yare tiemi ye pa sa wo pancreas nyare a untum nya diabetes type 1 tieme sa wo yo bi a o pancreas no oyare a unya diabetes ya type 1 ena ubetumu anya because pancreas no oyare was a pancreas no de asichire no ya adwuma esansa oyare nti asichire no akwafa ebojam ebasa ena ye ka kire wo se wo yare a ye frɛ no diabetes asichire yare sa wo ba Dr. Amponsa ya so ya ye de machine bi be si pancreas no so na ye de machine na collect pancreas no cells no nyina ebasa wo nyare diabetes bi sa pancreas no ye okay a ono akotwe asichire akọ omogya mu nyina na che se wonne yare a ye frɛ no asichire yare bi eno nti hwehwɛ Dr. Amponsa diabetes no asie betu mede machine bi abagana ha ye frɛ no magic machine so far kra de makra kese pa no ebedurua this month we yi sa eno de ye dam enye se ente se we no aha eti Mugabe kra so obeba bedam eno ti se wutie me ana wo hwame a sa machine we na juma ye ne se okon kasa ye wo ya enkoda ye de si okon no so a just 20 minutes na eko 20 minutes na pains ni nyina jai why yarity yare so many years wadwin no mu says no awu bra na yenya no says ni nyina just 20 minutes o pains ni bejai obi anya spondylosis and osteoporosis na chikasa ne konkasa nyina ye ne ya de machine si wa chikasa isu a ebe collect o blood cells no ama wa chikasa ni nyina pains no ajai ede no a obi si doctor misisi acheme asome 19 a meto ase ye me ya broni frɛ no sciatica ya frɛ bibi osteoarthritis sa osteoarthritis yi ene star create sa sciatica yi edeba sa oba Dr. Mponsa Herbal Hospital a ya de machine no be si so na ya collect sa obla cells na ewo wuntini no no a kura bam no na ya collect cells ni nyina na ma sciatica no ajai eda no a enipa biara wutie me no se ye boa wo na ye saa ade we ma wo a na ya ma wo ekura duro tie me ye pa se upra ewo wo nipadua mu a enya accident nko a na ma pra o nipadua na ba bia moja nko bia no ekuro ebeba ho ekuro ba ho a ebema wanya pains obi kase mutumu ye ne ya pa ote se kase no mu na ye ne ya o nanso enye kase no mu a eye kase no ho kase no fam enam no fam kase no se kwan beda ho na nsuo bi begina ho a eya se ne bibia eya papa ya de machine si usu a ebema kase no ene nam no afam na ekuru a ewo ho no ya ma wodro na ya kunama o na ho atɔ Dr. Mponsa foforo ya yasimu yi mian kasama trans se me bo nipa obi se doctor mi wo moja boro so o moja na aboro so anka akwakwalebu a ya twi bi ma wa na ho atɔ ansa na abenya BP hypertension no eye niema simple bi o sa wo doctor ma o BP aduro sa fa busane se doctor ede na ma menya BP a me fa aduro se ye solve ade kro no ema wa wo ni BP biem nyame bo wo no se wakoma elage a wakoma ho no anase elage a obipi be kosoro wo quality akoma na BP no be ba fom se wontini mu sisi a obipi be kosoro wo quality entini no a BP no be ba fom se kuro ba wontini mu a obipi be kosoro ye kum kuro no ma wa obipi be ba fom se wonya diabetes a obipi be kosoro ye treat diabetes na BP be ba fom wonya typhoid fever BP be kosoro ye tu typhoid na BP be ba fom epo malaria mpotumu ma BP kosoro ye treat malaria na BP no be ba fom enenti BP nya yare aduro na wo fa no ede enhu yare na wo fa BP aduro but wa fa aduro so many years enko adenti a busa doctor no na onyiwa no ukọ hospital a ma doctor no so hu se wunim de ente sa debi ya obefa aduro nkwa na nyina fufuo kura wudi ne debi ya obre muntie mi yie pa obi wo ha se doctor me de me wo yare bi ewo me hu me nim yare kro sai na ye wo tie yare we ya me boss yi na symptoms e do so se na yare nyina e friend typhoid fever se typhoid a chi wo fi a symptoms ya be hu bi ni eto da be hu se oti pa o ho na okon agene wachi kasa ye wo ya omfe ewo wo wuyam ta bom wani su chinu oho ye obasabasa to da ye wo se obewu ade be chi na ate ho eto da nso a ubewu se oyam tim kakra eto da na yam ahwie kakra te se de wafa afaduro nso mfa afaduro bia na eno atwa constipation pa yo domfu kumfo typhoid sa na tie eye ona ni ma be kasa obi na eye wo typhoid ye oba panyini from 50 years ye kwa typhoid betumi achew ama wakasa wo na akum asumasi me na mekun wei nso na onye bayifo bia eye typhoid e na ache no obi de wa kasa sofo no si wonka won a waku won nso ma me na akire won a awu ni kurom nyina yesese obi wo ho o se me na mkun awurade Yesu ai because sofo no si akaba ako e na o kai se awurade Yesu awu ana ma me si won ekun awurade Yesu asemi nsan afi ma me no ma bogare se se ye ma me yare any a tab no near the bar Dr. Mponsa Herbal Hospital afi ye sa ma me yare a ma me na ne ho ato no nimba bi o wompo typhoid fever yare bone abamo aka ne ye nka obi tie mi o se doctor mi wo stroke mi da fie saafo no ewo yare e friend stroke amode da fie no monse sa wo nyina mre me spintes coastal junction ma me mo number no me sore nso a me send the number no ama o 0243 110875 0243 110875. Number we sign your WhatsApp. Your voice message ma me WhatsApp wa me pe. Obi wo be twro tentente your voice message simple. 0243 110875. Tigo line on suni. 027 85 99 611 027 85 99 611. Nkrofo a mo yare stroke a mo tifie no mo nyina mo mra na me nsa mo yare eya na obi tumu ya na adwen se media masai nipa nsai obesai no na wawu ye won nkrofo bebre wo ho a omo hia awo maso ye openta mienu a won sa beka ope ba akopa a won sa beka tie miye pa eya na bebre tumu ka enipa ma wo nipa ma wo me kire wo nipa ma wo nyankopon aye bibi ade ato ho awie nyafe na obaye bibi foforo onwu a eye bibi na ato sintidua tie yie pa enkwala mienu a yawo wo mo no ba ko da sikani yem ba ko da bodam ni yem ne yekoda bodam ni yem no bode be na waye nyame wati ma asem yase ma sikani no be didi kama ma kola ba ko na oda bodam ni odi gata mu adua ne nyankopon aye nipa se oni obi da na ye da nyinsen ba e wo so nyinsen eti sa wodi ye no ma bibi na ato sintidua obi wo fibroid myoma womb blockage ovarian cyst onto nkosua yie saa ne ma wa nyina ne ye solve ma wa no ya ma waduru a e ma produce nkosua bebre tie ne yie wo pesa wo ntaa mienu a nkosua no ne ye be ma na wato no dodo Mugabe ye so simple na wa wo ntaa mienu but nipa bi wo hia ntaa ba ne nipa dua no ntum nso antaa eno na wo ho ba sa wo be kase enipa no media menwo nyame ambobo nyini bi ansi ba bia obi biara wotie me nne no nyankopon boye nyina pe na mmom bibi na to sintidua wati ase eno nti wo a wotie me nne wo a wo hwe me yare eda wo so wo yare burning sensation Mugabe ye 1 day pe 20 minutes obi a ho hyehye pa obi wo se yatom yaduro acid na akọ ni nipadua mu o kidney ya we ya anase o kidney problem ya the magic machine si usu just simple ya be collect kidney no ene wo mo liver yare medase asobeti asemo ana kakra bi enye se meka kosi ochena o yare ne ya moso a wo de bo modern na fabreme wate yare a mensa ye ba akopɛ ye frɛ no cho sabio be ma wo cho ene de mintumo mo enye no na yare biara ekuti a no Dr. Amponsa Herbal Hospital ye was Pintes Coastal Junction odi offer uba nso obo Dr. Amponsa Herbal Hospital edo beba frɛ number yi number mienu na emidi kan abo no ye WhatsApp o frɛ sa anasa wo ye voice message WhatsApp no so a o san fra won sabeka 0243 110875 0243 110875 ena Tigo line nso ni 027 85 99 611 027 85 99 611.
On the price of cocoa. The honorable and that the price that we are offering 3,100 was very low, that they will do better. He did not give us a price. Now, the finance minister nominee on a platform mentioned that we should be paying cocoa farmers 6,000 Ghana cedis, yet we're paid 3,100 Ghana cedis, and that we are insensitive to the plight of cocoa farmers. Mr. Chairman, after the elections, I was tempted and guided by those comments to increase the price of cocoa to 6,000 cedis as recommended by Honorable Atuforsen and my senior on the platform. But I felt that it wasn't right to do so. I want to ask the nominee,
when confirmed this month, can he assure cocoa farmers that by February or by Valentine's Day, he will increase the price of cocoa to 6,000 Ghana cedis, so that cocoa farmers who are producing the chocolate for Valentine's Day can get a benefit of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is a fact that I, Eric Opoku, made that constructive proposal to government of Nana Akufo-Addo, government of Ghana under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to consider giving Ghanaian cocoa farmers a minimum of 6,000 Ghana cedis for the 2024-2025 cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in determining the producer price of cocoa, you look at the FOB price or the wet market price. Then you look at the exchange rate. For purposes of clarity, I want to walk you through how we determine producer price of cocoa in 2016, and then do the comparison, then conclude on the matter for everybody to understand.
Chairman, Chairman,
Honorable Leader.
Yes, would you leave?
Honorable Leader, with all due respect, let's allow the nominee to finish answering the question, and then the questioner will have the opportunity to ask a follow-up. If there is a follow-up, then I can come to your follow-up question. That's the ground rules that we have set. So, nominee, have you finished your answer? Very well. Finish your answer.
No. Chairman, with respect, if you would grant me leave, Chairman, we have granted some dispensation. Please bear with me. He's a colleague I respect so much, and he knows what Honorable Nominee, respectfully, in your very emphatic answer, did I get you right in your answer to the effect that you made a proposal? You made a proposal.
Yes, please.
That's it. That's
very well. Proceed with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I made a proposal because I did not have the power at the time to do so myself. And the only thing I could do was to put a proposal forward for government to consider. Now, back to the answer. In 2016, the FOB price was $2,950 per ton. The exchange rate was $1 to 3.90 cedis. And so when you multiply 3.90 to the 2,950, the cedi equivalent of the per ton value was 11,505 Ghana cedis. When you divide this by 16, you get the per bag value of 719 Ghana cedis. And so in 2016, every bag of cocoa sold from Ghana in the world market attracted 719 Ghana cedis. Out of this, the Mahama administration gave the Ghanaian cocoa farmer 475 Ghana cedis. 475 Ghana cedis, which constituted 66.06%, and kept 244 Ghana cedis, which was just around 34%. Mr. Chairman, the 244 Ghana cedis the government kept, part of it was used to procure fertilizer free of charge to the cocoa farmers. Part of it was used to procure chemicals for the cocoa farmers.
Order. Please, let's listen to the nominee in silence. Order. Let's listen to the nominee in silence. Please proceed with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm taking a cue from the sentiments of the appointment committee, and so I will be laconic and lucid, but the point must be stated. Now, what is the point? In 2016, the farmer was given 66%. And so, every one of us knows that the principle of Cocoa Board has been that the cocoa farmer must be given 70% of the price. Now, in 2024-2025, every one of us, it's a common knowledge that the world market price is spiking up on the back of global cocoa shortage. And so when you go to the world market, at the time they announce the price, the average price was $10,711. And the exchange rate at the time was $1 to 15.5. But I was charitable to even use $1 to 15 cedis. So when you multiply, per every ton of cocoa, Ghana was earning the cedi equivalent of 160,665. You divide this by 16 to arrive at the per bag value of 10,042 Ghana cedis. Out of this, I said, if we are getting 10,042, how much of this can the government of Ghana give to the Ghanaian cocoa farmer? I calculated 70% of it, and it was above 7,000. But being mindful of the fact that this government has plunged the cocoa sector into the abyss of debt, I was charitable to use 60%. The 60% was the 6,000 that we put out as a proposal for consideration. But government decided to give the Ghanaian cocoa farmers 3,000 initially. That 3,000 constituted 30%.
Thank you very much. Any follow up?
Yes. Honorable, I belong to a football club in Legon, and we say one thing when we meet each other. Yeah. My question is simple. Will you, based on the promises you made and the challenge you threw at the NPP government, and now that you are admitting that you were actually looking at the world market price, when you know that in 2024, the world market price will be used for prices in 2025, but you are in 2024 using the spot market price to calculate that. I take it, but I'm asking you, now that the cocoa price has moved from 10,000 to 11,000, it means that when you take office in the first week, you will be able to increase the cocoa price from your committed 6,000 now to about 7,000, which will represent 70% of the world market price. That is a simple question. The world market price of cocoa has moved from the 10,700 to 11,000. So all you are assuring cocoa farmers is that when you take over, it will not actually be 6,000, but it will be more than 6,000 that you will announce to cocoa farmers.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that my colleague will listen to the Honorable Minority Leader. I've been praying for God to help me resist the temptation to do something that the leader doesn't want me to do.
Mr. Chairman, I have had an extensive discussion with Honorable Samson-Ahi. Honorable Samson-Ahi, I've had some good discussion that there are matters of governance, matters of systems and policies, not NDC, not MPP. And there are matters for the Ghanaian public, and the market is likely to respond. So we decided to hold back our lunch to take you. The whole day we've not had lunch. we've not had a break to take any. So, Chairman, in Okunko, is it Okunko who said in Things Fall Apart that Okunko, yes, your smile must be brief. No, Okunko, is that not? Your smile must be brief. So your submissions must be brief
as well.
Mr. Chairman, it is no. He has asked a question. I must respond. I haven't answered the question. No, I haven't answered the question.
Obienim sawabi, Mr. Chaso. Chaso. Yakasamati, Chaso.
So probably we may have to reduce the questions to Eric Opoku. Now, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Jasayo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable nominee, welcome and congratulations. I must say that in the last 4 years, I've worked with the Honorable nominee as his deputy ranking, and it's been wonderful working with him. He's a great leader. I wish you well. Honorable nominee, still on the cocoa subsector, there is this apprehension because the production of cocoa beans have reduced, and that in the last year we made only 400 and indeed under 450,000 metric tons against an expected 850,000 metric tons, upon which we took the
Chairman, cocoa production for last year was not 430. It was 530, if you care.
Source?
Yes, Ghana Cocoa Board.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I flatly disagree with him, but for progress of this conversation, assuming that the 530,000 metric tons is anything to go by, it's not a statement of fact.
No, it's a notorious fact. Honorable Eric Opoku knows. Please, don't let us say it was 400. Stop it. When we are dealing with verifiable facts, it's not 400.
Leader, let's make progress. And I'm saying, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dr. Jasayo.
Yes.
Hold it. I believed if there are some errors in the question asked, as you indicated, that to quote you, Wabi. So he's capable of answering the question and doing the corrections alongside. So proceed with your question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You have nothing to worry about. Let's assume that the production for last year is 530,000 metric tons. Cocoa Board engages in forward sales of cocoa beans. At present, the reports from Cocoa Board inform us that there is a deficit of paying cocoa beans of about 350,000 metric tons to the buyers outside the country. As if you are confirmed as Minister responsible for agriculture, what steps do you think we can take to pay that debt before we start talking about cocoa beans for processing into chocolate for Valentine? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Regarding the figures, I will say that both of them are right. Before the transition, the Select Committee on Agriculture, Food and Cocoa Affairs met with Ghana Cocoa Board at Koforidua, and they indicated to the committee that their total production for the year, for last year, was 429,000 tons. And that is why I'm saying that Honorable Dr. Josiah, referring to that figure, was or is right. Now, when you come to my colleague Opoku, just recently, during the transition engagements, Cocoa Board submitted some documents to us. I was privileged to be part of the transition engagements. In that document, they indicated that their production was 530. And so in this case, both of you, you are right. But whatever be the case, be it 430 or 530, production has declined. And this is the lowest in the last 2 decades. Then on the issue of the default, yes, Ghana went to the syndicated market and then took a loan of $800 million to purchase 850,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the season, we were unable to produce the 850,000 tons. So we defaulted on the loan. And then they decided to roll over that delivery to this year. The quantity is 374,000 tons. This is the figure they gave us during the transition. And so, now that we have assumed office, we have to look at how we can deal with this debt and many other debts at the sector before we can make progress. And so what we are trying to do is to first and foremost take the office, go through the books, ascertain for ourselves whether the information we are getting is actually what is on the ground. Because we are picking some information that suggests that even the figures we have are far, far, far below the real figures. So until we get the real figures, we are unable to make a determination as to how to contain them. And then as soon as the chief executive is appointed and the Cocoa Board is put in place, the Ghanaian people will be made to know exactly what we have inherited. So I will crave your indulgence to exercise patience. When the chief executive comes and the board is in place, the question will be properly answered.
Any further question?
Mr. Chair, I trust in the capacity and capability of the nominee, and so I'll leave the rest of my questions for now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, let me also add my voice in congratulating my good friend and my namesake for his nomination. Chairman, the nominee is on record to have said that Cocoa Board management wasted 3.4 billion as administrative expenditure. And indeed, this has been captured in the NDC manifesto, that the NDC government will prioritize investment in cocoa production over wasteful administrative expenditure to improve the livelihood of cocoa farmers. Chairman, I have the audit report, and it has given the breakdown of the administrative expenditure. Chairman, with your kind permission, I would read, this is just a, yes. We have auditors' remuneration, depreciation, amortization of intangible assets, directors' remuneration, staff costs, legal and professional expenses, rent and rates, bank charges, bond expenses, maintenance/utility costs, head office and division operations. Included in the administrative expenses is an amount of 942,982,000 Ghana cedis incurred on productivity enhancement program. Chairman, my question is, which of these expenditure do you consider as wasteful, and which one will you abandon when you are given the approval?
Thank you. Let's have some order and take the answer to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my argument was clear. I was speaking on the floor of the House, and I did indicate that I find it extremely difficult appreciating why, at a time when cocoa production is declining, office expenditure is ballooning. And I refer to the Auditor General's report that in 2021, Ghana produced 1,047,000 tons of cocoa, and office expenditure was 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. In the following year, cocoa production declined from 1,047,000 tons to 655,000 tons. But office expenditure, according to the Auditor General's report, increased to 2.6 billion. The following year, cocoa production declined to 530,000. Office expenditure again increased to 3.4 billion. So if you establish this inverse relationship between office expenditure and cocoa production, every rational being will question whether you are being fiscally prudent or there is some kind of fiscal laxity in the administration. And so I don't know how my colleague, who is knowledgeable in the sector, can defend this indefensible situation. But I thought that leader Minority that has advised that people should tread cautiously because of the sensitivity of the market. But when you push,
don't be provoked. Don't be provoked. Once again, I've had an extensive discussion with Honorable Samson Ahi.
Honorable Ranking, the questions are provoking the answers. Any further question?
All right, I'll slow down. Chairman, I'll ask. No, I'm not done. Chairman, the NPP administration established the Tree Crop Development Authority by Act of Parliament. In the NDC manifesto, you intend to initiate the Tree Crop Development Program, and you have listed 8 crops, some of which are not in the Tree Crop Development Authority. I want to find out from the honorable nominee whether you intend to scrap the Tree Crop Development Authority.
Mr. Chairman, there is a difference between the authority as an institution and programs. In our manifesto, we are talking about programs. But I must say that we are all aware that government is a continuum. It continues, it doesn't end. And so whatever programs, projects that are ongoing under the NPP government, the erstwhile NPP government, the incoming administration will make decisions and incisions, tailor it to fit into our agenda and execute it to perfection.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Chairman, my last question. In your manifesto, under the caption, Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA, you indicate that the NDC government will create farm banks within the agricultural zone to ease access to land and irrigation facilities. Nominee, considering the intricate nature of our land tenure system, how feasible do you see this arrangement? In other words, do you intend to nationalize these farm banks?
Mr. Chairman, that policy intends to address the very challenge that he mentioned. Normally, people encounter a lot of difficulties accessing land for agricultural purposes. We want to make agriculture attractive to the youth and everybody in this country. So we will want to acquire the land, prepare the land for agricultural purposes, then hand over the land to prospective investors so we can increase production and drive our nation towards food sufficiency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm not clear. The lands are in the hands of the chiefs.
Honorable member.
Follow up. Follow up.
Very well, but what you said is that you are not clear. So if you have a follow-up question, draw my attention to the follow-up question.
Chairman,
so please proceed to ask the follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, as you know, the lands are in the hands of individuals and farmers, and you know the complex nature of our land tenure system. So how are you going to acquire those lands? Because it is possible that you will not get any contiguous land to be considered as your farm banks. So that is my concern. How are you going to be able to acquire continuous lands? Your approach who?
Mr. Chairman.
The question is not directed to you.
Mr. Chairman, what we will do is first and foremost to identify the owners of the land. If the land belongs to the chiefs, we go to the chiefs. If it belongs to families and the family head is Honorable Brian Champon, we'll go to him, discuss with him, acquire the land, and then prepare it for the agricultural use. Simple. We acquire the land. Land acquisition is done by government, by any other person. You want the method to acquire.
Now is the turn of Honorable Jijoli Gakwe.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, you are welcome. And then congratulations to you. I know my ranking is very competent, very diligent, and then I have worked with you for the 4 years. I have no doubt about your capability. At this juncture, I have no question for you, just to congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Uma. You have no question? Very well, very well. Honorable Rita, no question. You have one question. Please go ahead and ask.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I wish to congratulate the nominee on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And I have no doubts in my mind, working with you as a friend on the Agri Committee, that you can deliver to us. But one area I would really want you to critically look at is the growing, that is the gardening in the homes and then the schools. Yes. So that's one area I believe when we're growing up, we used to have gardens at home and we planted pepper, tomatoes, onions, and it really helped us. And so I would wish that you take critical care of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you very much,
He
Chairman.
indicated he has a question.
That's my good friend, Eric, Chairman. Congratulations. The gentleman from Sankore. Eric, I know you are passionate about how to get the youth into agriculture and also agric extension services. I know you answer my question with those two issues that I've raised. My question is from your manifesto, the NDC's manifesto, 2024, page 78 of 200, at paragraph 3.11, sub 1 and 5. Your manifesto made a very bold promise of rehabilitating a lot of dams. I saw the Poalugu multi-purpose dam there. I saw it. And it's in your manifesto. I've given you the page. You listed a lot, Accra Plains and what have you. How much would it cost you to undertake this rehabilitation programs? And I believe you've done your numbers and you'll be able to tell Ghanaians how much it's going to cost your ministry. I know the House will approve of you. We know what you are made of. But I want to know how much it will cost you to rehabilitate all the dams listed under paragraph 3.15 of the party's manifesto, the NDC. And I wish you the very best, Eric. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the question posed by my colleague is in threefold. The first one has to do with youth in agriculture. The second one, agric extension services. And the last one is on irrigation. And so I will tackle them one after the other. Youth in agriculture. Mr. Chairman, I read a report issued in 2021 by Haifa International. Haifa International is an international organization based in the United States. They are determined to bring an end to hunger and poverty while protecting the earth. They indicate that in Ghana, only 5% of our youth is engaged in agriculture. This is unacceptable. It means that agriculture is not attractive at all to the Ghanaian youth. And therefore, something must be done immediately to make agriculture attractive to the Ghanaian people. What can we do? First, we have to ensure that we create huge market for agricultural products to give confidence to farmers that when they produce, there will be market for their produce. And that is why in our manifesto, we have emphasized on agribusiness. The marriage between agriculture and industry. Industry will serve as the huge market to buy from agriculture. Industry, again, because of the 24-hour economy policy, will have to employ a lot of people, including the children, the grandchildren, the siblings, and the nibblings of these farmers. And so all these people who were hitherto dependent on the farmers will now be empowered economically to contribute to the resetting of Ghana. Then on the issue of agric extension, Mr. Chairman, agric extension is very, very important in modernizing agriculture because the extension officers serve as an intermediary between research and the farmers. They are the facilitators and the communicators. They help the farmers to make their decisions. They help the farmers to accept and adopt modern techniques of farming. Without them, agriculture cannot develop. Unfortunately, in Ghana, the agricultural extension officer to farmer ratio is around 1 extension officer to 1,500 farmers. Mr. Chairman, reading the handing over notes they have indicated priority that we have given to agriculture. As you rightly mentioned, in our manifesto, we have indicated that agriculture is going to be the engine, the pivot, the fulcrum around which all the economic activities will revolve. And therefore, we'll make sure more of these people are recruited to push the agenda forward. On the issue of irrigation, you are asking about the cost. Of as at the time we were putting our manifesto together, and it will be inappropriate for me to put that figure out as that is not the figure we are going to use to put up the infrastructure. So, Honorable Boama, you have been here for a long time. You know the procedures. As soon as the budget is presented and this issue is provided, the cost will be indicated in there for us to debate. It is premature for you to raise this issue here.
Thank you very much. Very well. I will now give the floor to
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip.
This is a follow-up. This is just a follow-up to
well, you can ask your follow-up question and thereafter follow up with your substantive question because it's your turn.
Okay. So, Honorable Nominee, let me commend you. I have no doubt that you will be able to live up to the billing. You have shown demonstrable confidence, so I have confidence in you, and I want to commend you highly. However, you made a comment on the farmer extension officer ratio. I know that it's been a challenge for a while, even before the NPP took over. I know when it comes to these things, you are more patriotic. And I want to see that sense of patriotism in you this evening. Now, it was difficult. We came in under Dr. Akoto, the same problem. Also a 3 years time. It improved a bit. It improved significantly. Okay? Then, compared to yours was so bad. So if it's a question of farmers to extension ratio, you don't really have the moral right to come and be describing how bad the situation was. How bad the situation was. So we did well. Dr. Akoto did very well. Would you agree with me on that?
Mr. Chairman, I recall vividly that this issue has been debated upon on the floor. We were told by the Honorable Akoto on the floor of the House that the government was recruiting 1,200 extension officers. But the following year, when they brought the budget and I checked the staff ceilings, I realized that they had recruited only 217. And when we asked them, they said the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development was responsible for the recruitment of the rest. I follow up to check on their staff ceilings, and they were completely missing. And so, leader, sometimes, apart from what we hear on the floor, we have to go beyond that to ascertain whether the paper information is in consonance with the reality.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll have another day for this debate. Yes, we'll have another day for this debate. Not today. He's not ready. He's not ready. Where he's seated? Oh, leader. Oh, sorry. So, Honorable Novini and a friend, you have been eloquent on agribusiness, and I hear you use that expression a lot. Are you able to elucidate and also contextualize it in the current situation we find ourselves as a country? What do you mean by agribusiness? In what context?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, agriculture is simply the growing of plants and the raising of animals. But agribusiness focuses on profiting from agriculture using technology. And so, in the current situation, agribusiness is anchored on production, processing, transportation, and distribution. And so, we have a situation where there is no link between agriculture and industry. We in the NDC believe that the only way to make agriculture attractive to the youth, the only way to make agriculture profitable, lucrative venture for people to invest in is to marry the two. So that when you produce, value is added to it, you increase your export, you reduce your import, you restore stability to the exchange rate, and then create conducive atmosphere, conducive and congenial business environment for businesses to thrive, throwing out millions of jobs to absorb the teeming youth of our nation.
So,
any further question?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the nominee knows that changing the mindset of our teeming farmers to switch from the normal subsistence and cutlass and hoe has been a challenge for a very long time. It is easy to say that, well, it's a challenge and therefore we are going to encourage our youth to go into it. What will be the narrative? What are you going to do? You have 4 years. What are you going to do to change this thinking? It is not easy as you're saying it. I have done some consultancy for MIDA. And you go to typical areas where our farmers are. And it's about subsistence farming. It's about what they want to eat. They farm what they are going to eat. So farm, excuse me to say, to the mouth. Exports only is considered when we are looking at free zone companies. And foreigners come and flood this space and take over. I just wish that 4 years from now, we can have evidence to say that indeed we have changed the mindset and the thinking of our farmers and our youth. I don't know how you're going to do this. It's not going to be an easy task. Many a time we find this thing, we state them in our manifestos. This is not the first time your manifesto is talking about agribusiness. It's not the first time. So look into the microphone and tell the teeming Ghanaian youth what you are going to do. I have confidence in you, but it's not going to be easy. What are you going to do to translate these matters practically? How differently are you going to approach this?
Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, we are going to launch a program akin to a champion's Operation Feed Yourself. Under that program, every Ghanaian, every household would be encouraged to own a home garden. At least we should take advantage of the rich soil to produce the basic vegetables that we need in our homes. We are also going to encourage institutional farming. Under this, every secondary school in this country will be made to own a farm. We are going to liaise with my brother, Honorable Haruna, if given the nod, the Minister for Education, to recruit laborers for the secondary schools to help them prepare school farms. Mr. Chairman, if we're able to do this, if for nothing at all, we can reduce the cost of school feeding. We can also improve both the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of the food that is served to our students. Then again, we are also going to encourage the churches and the Muslim entities. Already, some of them are into farming. We can talk about the Savior Church. They are into serious farming. We can talk about the Pentecost Church, the Christo Asafo Church, and many others. I cannot mention all of them. And Seventh-day Adventists and all of them. We want to encourage all of them to also invest in farming. Mr. Chairman, nature has blessed us with land that is capable of giving us the food that we can eat and even export. And so we have to take advantage of that. Now, regarding the peasant farmers issue,
thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I'm not taking that. I just want to thank the nominee. So go ahead with your question.
Okay. So
Order.
Yes. Honorable Eric, do I have your attention?
Mr. Chairman, you have my attention, except that I suspect some kind of a breach of, contract here. Because just before when I entered, you told me that, oh, my brother asked for you, I won't ask you any question, because you are capable. But you are bombarding me with a lot of questions.
Mr. Chair, my friend knows that we both know each other. And I'm doing this because of the people of this country. Just between the two of us, I could have decided not to ask you. But people, our Ghanaians are listening to you. And they need to hear some good words from you. Eric, let me test your knowledge on this. Smart agriculture, sustainability, climate change. You know, these are current words that are used in the current narrative in terms of sustainability, green agriculture, and all that. How are you able to situate this in our situation? And this may be my last question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, all the issues or the terminologies you have raised or broached here point to one particular term: how to sustain the environment, to make agriculture sustainable as well, how to implement policies that are environmentally friendly. But to properly respond to the question, as part of my preparation towards this vetting, I read from an Indian agronomist and humanitarian, M.S. Swaminathan, who has been described by the United Nations as the father of economic ecology. And he said this: when agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have the chance to go right. When your agricultural policies go wrong, food inflation will be rising. Food import bill will be rising. Unemployment rate will be rising because you are importing more and you are generating exchange rate vulnerabilities that will have the tendency to convulse the entire business environment, leading to business collapse and unemployment rising. And so the policies we have crafted in our manifesto are technically achievable, economically sustainable, and socially acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, let me thank the nominee. I want to thank you for responding to my questions, and also to tell you that we are going to follow you with an eagle eye. All the beautiful things you've said, get prepared. Get prepared that we are not going to take them lightly at all.
They are saying you should rather follow with a tiger eye. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, do you have a comment?
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee. Congratulations. Yes. I know that you have a number of beautiful programs that you want to roll out there. But I have a responsibility because we were in the chamber when we passed our affirmative action bill into law. And you know very well that in pursuing these programs, we have to take into consideration the women and some marginalized groups. And these people always face barriers to land ownership and access to credit. How will you tackle these systemic issues to create a more inclusive agricultural sector as you are proposing out there? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, according to a report issued by the World Bank in 2021, in Ghana, 44.1% of women are employed in agriculture. My view is that it is a good thing. The only problem is that they are confronted with challenges like their male counterparts. But I think the issue relating to credit has already been addressed. I did mention that we will establish Ghana Agricultural Insurance Scheme, under which will subsidize agriculture insurance to de-risk agricultural lending and allow the banks to offer credit to our farmers. And so the women in agriculture will take advantage of this opportunity to access credit to expand their farming activities. And then you also raise the issue of land acquisition. I think that has also been dealt with when we talk about the land banks and the fact that we want to prepare the lands, allocate to the farmers, deploy the extension officers, and make sure they deliver.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yeah, You want to? Yeah.
Chairman, just a quick follow-up. On agro-insurance, I know countries like India, I think India, Kenya, Zambia, and a few others in Africa are doing it. I don't know if you have reverted your minds to the need for actuarial scientists to do some good work on this. Because it's a good thing though, but if you want to bring it to in our country, you have to check on all these variables. Even the Insurance Act may have to come under an amendment. Maybe you have to think about it well, because if you are going to say, I am going to take you on, because I'll be filing questions very soon. So get your actuarial scientists to be doing the calculations and be sure it's something you want to do. Yes. I don't know if you have done that.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, a follow-up.
Mr. Chairman, it is a policy captured in our manifesto. And so all that we have to do to make it implementable has been done.
Thank you.
I'll just add, Honorable Nominee, I realize that you've been concentrating so much on crops, and you have not spoken much on poultry and other aspects of it. And then I also want to know something about how you were dealing with the disabilities. I mentioned vulnerable group, but disabilities must be a key area that you also have to do. Thank you.
Please, your response, the poultry.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you've noted it.
Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Please.
Mr. Chairman,
poultry and
on the poultry sector, I think it is important I speak to it, because the poultry farmers out there want to hear something from me. Reading the 2024 budget.
Why are you acting this way? You are supposed to be nominated. Your good conduct would. Why? You have not. Your nomination has delayed. You are not going to pray. If I were you, I won't be coming here. Then you are taking a fight with the minority leader. How would I pray for you? Can you leave here, go and pray? Your thing has delayed. All your colleagues have their names out. Yours has delayed, and you are still coming here sharing power.
I love to be here, and I belong here.
Your response to the question.
Yeah, but
please,
Chairman,
the response first. Then
respectfully,
you can come
Chairman,
in and ask.
my first question was on the poultry industry and what we are going to do to revamp it, because it's so important. And so because of that, I wanted to just make sure you comprehensively, yeah, that's what.
Are you a coach?
Mr. Chairman, reading the 2024 budget, specifically paragraph 402, we are told that in 2022, Ghana's total consumption of poultry was estimated at 324,000 metric tons. Out of this, only 15,000 tons, constituting 4.6%, was produced in Ghana. And so the bulk of the poultry product that is consumed in Ghana is imported. This clearly indicates that the poultry sector is in comatose and needs resuscitation. For this reason,
Honorable Nominee, you are before the committee. You are neither debating on the floor nor on the campaign platform. You know, I've told you, and I spoke through Honorable Ahi.
Mr. Chairman, to revamp the poultry sector, we have provided for a program in our manifesto called Poultry Farm to the Table program. Under this program, we want to work with the Poultry Farmers Association, provide them with financial resources to enable them expand their businesses, increase production to close the huge gap between demand and supply. Then another aspect that we have to work on is the poultry feed. We are going to focus, zero in on production of poultry feed to make it more affordable to bring down food prices in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, reading the Ghana Statistical Service report, they indicate that food inflation, which came to 23%, has increased to 27.8% on the back of rising prices of eggs, which clearly means that we have to push a lot of resources into that sector to revamp it. And it is against this background that President Mahama, on his campaign trail, announced one of the important programs which became famous in this country.
This appears to be a presidential manifesto thing. It's as if you are adoring yourself, preparing to take over from JM. This is not supposed to be the approach. I've already spoken to you. We've not taken a break.
Man, Mr. Chairman, I agree perfectly with you, but I think that we will do a great disservice to the people of Ghana.
Very well.
If I don't seize this opportunity to explain the Nkukon Kitenkete program. So I wanted to use this opportunity to explain the Nkukon Kitenkete program as part of the measures we will roll out to revamp the poultry sector. Mr. Chairman, let me indicate here that the Nkukon Kitenkete program is not a new program we are introducing in this country. It is an ongoing program. We will just improve upon it. When you read the 2020 budget presented to this House, specifically paragraph 273, the MPP indicated that they were going to distribute Nkukon Kitenkete, Nkonfam Kitenkete, Mpanchen Kitenkete, Enyan Kitenkete. But what we are saying is that we are not only going to distribute that, we are going to add cages and also deploy more veterinary services to make the program more effective to enable us actualize our agenda.
Honorable members, it is now the turn of Honorable Ama Boa.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Eric Opoku, congratulations. Let me recall that easily you were the best regional minister in the Bronga Hafu. You were sent to the Ashanti region, and Majesty Otufo didn't want you to leave. So you really acquitted yourself very well. Okay, I won't say what I was going to say, but I'm very, very happy that you have moved and nominated to the cabinet of President John Mahama. You deserve it because as ranking member on agriculture, you've basically led us to victory. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to excel as the Minister for Agric. Now, it's been said that, and this is what our friends in the MPP has really drummed, that the average agric growth rate in the last 8 years is 5.7%, far higher than the 2.9% growth rate that the NDC bequeathed to the MPP government in 2017. What is your take on that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this all-important question. It is an argument that has been made on the floor and on several platforms. And I think that it is appropriate for me to seize the opportunity of this occasion to dissect the issues for proper comprehension by all Ghanaians. In the first place, it is inappropriate for anybody to attempt to compare an average growth rate for a period of 8 years with an average growth rate for 1 year. Let's assume that the two represent average growth rate for 2 individual years, and then do the comparison. Mr. Chairman, what is the importance of agricultural growth rate, of increasing agricultural growth rate, if within the same period, I hope the Honorable Former Minister is listening.
He's going to town.
What will be the relevance of an increasing agricultural growth rate if within the same period that you have recorded the growth, your food inflation is skyrocketing, putting a lot of Ghanaians into poverty? Already the World Bank has established a positive relationship between food prices and the number of people in the poverty zone. When your food prices are going up, the number of people into poverty increases. Again, what is the relevance of the growth rate if at the time of the increase, your food import bill is above $2 billion United States dollars? Let it be recorded here today that in 2016, when the agricultural growth rate was 2.9%, food inflation was around 8%. In fact, it is on record that Ghana recorded its lowest food inflation in July 2014 under John Dramani Mahama. And the highest food inflation has been recorded in January 2023, and is now hovering around 27%. And so in fact, my understanding of economic data is that it is the mathematical representation of the economic activities of the people. And so at any point in time, economic data and the economic life of the people must say the same thing. If economic data is found to be in conflict with the real life of the people, then economic data is massaged. This is not contestable.
Thank you. And so that really takes me to my next point about food inflation. Oh, please. You want to close? So, can you share with us your strategies to address rising food inflation despite planting for food and jobs? And while you are at it, you can talk about its impact and the billions we have spent without any impact, and what you are going to do about food inflation, because that's what they left us.
Are you saying without any impact? Kofi?
Honorable Patrick Boma, you don't have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
You are out of order.
To address food inflation in Ghana, you need a multifaceted approach. First, you have to work towards increasing production, food production. And that's the reason why we are introducing the Feed Ghana program. Second, you have to work towards the reduction of cost of production, reducing the cost of agricultural production. And that is why President Mahama wants to establish the farmer service centers. These farmer service centers, when established, we are going to deploy agricultural machinery, tractors, tillers, combine harvesters, to these centers. And Mr. Chairman, this time round, we are not going to import only the big tractors. We have taken consideration of the fact that 90%, almost 90% of our farmer population are into peasant farming, and they do not have the capacity, regardless of the subsidy placed on the agricultural machinery, to procure. And so we are going to bring in more of mini tractors, mini tillers, mini combine harvesters, and deploy them to the centers. Fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer will be reintroduced, and this time around we'll distribute them through the farmer service centers. Agricultural improves.
Thank you very much. I see that you have a clear plan as Agriculture Minister when nominated, when approved, to lead us into prosperity. So I congratulate you and may God guide you.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of the minority leader and the ranking member of the committee.
Hello.
Campaign manager, extensive ECOWAS campaign manager. Man that made you speaker in West Africa. Man that made you speaker in West Africa, your campaign manager is talking.
My respected senior colleague, let me first congratulate you on your nomination. I have always been watching your debates, and you know that for a fact, how you focus on research, even where you are doing political mischief. You interlace it with some unimpeachable facts that is difficult to rise on a point of order against you, and whoever does so does it at his own peril. But that said, it's admirable to watch you on the floor, and I'm sure the young ones who are determined to learn are able to tap into your political wisdom. Anyway, this evening, I want us to have a little discussion on some of the issues you've raised. First, on the cocoa board. Is there any record from transition to the fact that cocoa board has defaulted on any of the loans it procured? Any of the loans, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Which of them? Which loan?
The $800 million which was taken last year.
Okay. Is there any outstanding still, or it has since paid everything?
From their brief, they rolled over 374,000 tons of cocoa. And even this year, they still have outstanding 300,000 tons of cocoa to deliver. But the assurance was that that quantity was going to be delivered by the end of December.
Yes. Honorable Erikopoku, please, respectfully, kindly, let's have a good interface. Question. They took a loan. Which loan they sought parliamentary approval? I want to know from you, as at the period of transition, had that loan been paid, as in the bankers, the financiers?
In fact, from their presentation, no.
Did they indicate any outstanding left?
But as we speak, from their presentation, their indebtedness is to the tune of 26.54 billion Ghana cedis. And they indicate that 5.37 billion must be paid this year.
Honorable nominee, you are not paying attention to my question. But I don't mind. I mean, facts are facts. Facts are facts. But I just also want us to be fair to other stakeholders in the industry who have been in public service, who will not have the benefit of being with us to ask some questions. You get my point? So I am guided accordingly in asking you my questions. So I would encourage you to pay attention to my question. So I repeat, the $800 million that they sought parliamentary approval, which approval Parliament granted, per their records to you, has it been paid?
No, Mr. Chairman.
There are some outstanding.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But are you able to tell us how much is outstanding?
Able to tell you the quantity of cocoa that we have to deliver to be able to pay that. And if you want me to calculate the value, I can do it.
No, don't worry. I'm asking that if the figure is not readily available, I'm fine. You can furnish me at a later date. All right? I just wanted to know the syndicated loan, how much of it is outstanding if it has not been fully liquidated. If you say so, and you don't have the exact outstanding, it is fine. All right. Thank you. Now, the expenditure, when I perused the report, I realized that of the 2.2 billion plus, you were saying some 2.6 in administrative expenditure. Did you realize that in that was a 900 million, 900 million went into compensation?
Mr. Chairman, what compensation?
Oh, compensation is compensation.
No,
for
compensation
those
for what?
The rehab. No, not the rehabilitation that was done.
The 2.6 billion.
That is so.
What about the 3?
Pardon?
What about the 3.4 billion?
No, I am staying on that. That is a different thing that I may come to. I'm saying that in the 2.6 that you're referring to, in it is a 900 million for the compensation for the rehabilitation.
That year, the 900 million was the total investment made by Cocoa Board in cocoa production. The 900 and something million was the total investment.
6 that you're referring to, correct?
But I'm hearing this for the first time.
You may check.
Okay, thank you.
Please, thank you. Now, the producer price, I'm not an agroeconomist. We learn that chamber of parliament is a place we all learn. I'm neither an economist. Mine is the law. But I'm happy to put to you this question so that you can explain to me. Now, the producer price of cocoa, is it based on the spot price at the world market or that which is achieved through CMC's average price as negotiated?
If you recall, in 2022, Mr. Chairman,
Honorable nominee, by the way,
I'm answering the question.
No.
If we do forward sales, we will approve that in Parliament, and the price is rising. But in the case of this year, the predictions are all over that there is shortage, and therefore price of cocoa will go up. And so it will not make sense if you engage in forward sales and lock up.
Honorable nominee, you are involved in a lot of research, are you?
Yes, sir.
And your colleagues, some due diligence report I have, has your colleagues describing you as an honest person to deal with. I therefore know that politics is politics to you, and facts will remain facts to you. May I know from you, from your earlier submissions, you were very clear that the world market price of cocoa has increased as a result of the shortage in supply of cocoa worldwide. That in mind, would you agree to any suggestion to the effect that Ghana is also suffering from low production because of mismanagement? I mean, in all fairness.
Mr. Chairman, in all fairness, you are partly right. Because in Cote d'Ivoire, the reduction was around 28%. In Ghana, it was over 45%.
Honorable nominee,
with the Finance Committee for some time.
No, I'm talking about 2013. When I came into Parliament, I served on the Finance Committee, and my respected uncle, Honorable Collins Dauda, he was on the committee with us. We'll talk about his story someday. He calls me Miwafasi, you know. In this very room, in this very meeting room, Honorable Setekwe, the then finance minister, met with us. And this was when he was bringing his media budget. And he wanted to discuss some pertinent issues with us as a finance committee. This is what they had to say: that the cocoa sector was suffering low production as a result of the Galamsey activities, and many people were cutting down their cocoa trees for mining activities. And in fact, when he said that, I could relate to it, because my ancestral farms in Asin Fosu area, where my family members have been depending on, few weeks before the meeting, they had come to me that they needed money to buy machine, and that people were making money from gold. And I found that strange. So when he said that, it wasn't surprising to me. Anyway, would you suggest a much more comprehensive approach on the part of the political class in addressing this Galamsey activities affecting cocoa sector, so that we are not seen as playing politics when the real story is there?
Mr. Chairman, I think that when you look at the challenge of Galamsey, the cocoa sector, knowing very well that these Galamsey activities is impacting on cocoa production with a projection of 850,000, means that you have put in place adequate measures to produce that quantity, and then you end up recording 500 and something, and then you say it is Galamsey. At the time we were projecting, were you not aware that the menace could have some catastrophic consequences on production?
Honorable Senior, you know, you've earned my respect with that phrase. And I want us to delve a bit into that. You see, this is a national platform, and I know that when it gets to the partisan political spectrum, we mean them. I agree with you that it is good to be measured in our ambitions. I agree. But then also, don't you think that the narrative by us as a political class should be aimed at supporting the sector in a very much pragmatic way? So, for instance, getting the opportunity on the floor, you can tell the chief executive, in view of or doing the blame game, because we know the reality.
Chairman, I agree with you perfectly. But when the Constitution places a responsibility on you, and you are unable to discharge that responsibility, certainly you have to be blamed. You agree with me as a seasoned and respectable, venerable lawyer in the country, that under Article 257, all the mineral resources...
Now you are going into law too.
No, I'm
not. That our small space that my senior and I are keeping to, you are getting there.
Honorable Minority Leader, let him answer.
I know.
Let him answer the question. Please proceed to answer the question.
I was saying that under Article 257 of the 1992 Constitution. Okay.
He wants to be specific, so please, if you can be specific, do so.
That provision in the Constitution places the responsibility on the President of the Republic of Ghana to protect and preserve mineral resources wherever they are found within the boundaries of our country for the future generation. And so if we are blaming a particular government, probably it may be because of this particular provision.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, when you're on a national platform, the language obviously is different, but it's okay. Honorable nominee, now let me, tease your mind on this matter. You know, the EU issued some directives, let me put it for want of a better word, and they were trying to suggest to us that we should adopt a much more environmentally friendly approach in cultivating our cocoa, right from seedling production. You know, currently, cocoa board, and not only cocoa board, almost all our seed production activities rely on topsoil. Going into the sector, can you assure the nation that you will take steps to encourage the use of cocoa pits, soilless media, as an alternative for the topsoil?
Mr. Chairman, we have the experts in the sector, and normally their recommendation informs policies. And so if in the wisdom of the experts, it is something that can help our nation advance the cost of production, why not? We'll go with it.
So, but would you agree with me that the topsoil as a means of producing seedling is a real problem?
Chairman,
I mean, considering the state of...
We have a way of treating the soil.
Very well.
How can Burkina produce more tomatoes than Ghana? They know how to manage the soil. And so once we have the experts there, let's give them the resources.
Chairman, I'm not talking about actual nursery and final stage of having the seedling in there, because where the seedling production is poor, you produce weak seedlings with low nutrients. They won't survive. You are aware from the report you have from Cocoa Board that their survival rate is 40%. That is the mainstay of my question. That would you want to encourage an alternative means?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. That's the assurance I needed you to give to the country. Because that alternative means will create more jobs. Because this coconut husk, if we encourage the private sector to get into it and then produce the cocoa pit, it's going to help a lot of the seed production, not only cocoa board, maize, rice, etc., all those things. And then it's going to help us. So that's the point I wanted to underscore. Very well. But let the record reflect.
Mr. Chairman, it's a good point.
That's an honest answer. Now, Honorable Nominee, this swollen shoot virus thing, that's, we are just dealing with the surface. I'm not an agronomist. Don't take me into the deeper ocean. I'm not taking you there. I just want to understand general policy issues and how your government is going to see to it. Now, the cocoa swollen shoot virus is one of the major causes of decline in cocoa production, apart from the galamsey thing. Today, the records have it that over 600 hectares out of 1.95 million hectares of cocoa area under cultivation is affected with the disease. Between 2014 and 2016, when the NDC was in government, the control of this important disease was a challenge. Farmers also suffered, and it continued through 2017 all the way to date, no doubt. What will be the policy, a sustainable policy by your government to control this?
Mr. Chairman, as for swollen shoot cocoa disease, the best approach is to cut the affected tree and replant. But my point has to do with the fact that this House approved a loan facility of $600 million United States dollars for rehabilitation of the moribund and diseased cocoa farms in 2019. Almost 5 years now. The impact of that investment ought to have been felt in production. But we are not seeing that. And it is an area that must be a concern to all of us. Because we collateralize the cocoa trees, and every year we have to release 32,802 metric tons of cocoa to service that loan.
Yes, I agree. I mean, in terms of, in terms of the impact.
Honorable Member, are you on a point of order against your leader?
I'm talking about the impact that you talked about. The rehabilitation, as you rightly stated, started in 2019. We are in 2025. So it's only 5 years away. Cocoa production will peak around the 12 to 15 years. So yes, the peak, no, 2 years. But you'll be getting only a few posts. So if you want to see the impact, you're talking about 10 years to get the impact today. Fortunately, you are in government today. So when the yields start to go up, don't claim the entire credit for yourself. You have to credit the...
Honorable Iwepoku, I think, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. The issue is not about he taking credit or otherwise. I think the thrust of the matter is the impact. And he was suggesting that in his view, the impact is yet to be felt. And I think it's a fair point. The issue of the time lines is another issue. I mean, and I just want us to be fair with him. He isn't criticizing or he's not saying that the policy has failed. All he's saying is that the impact is yet to be felt. Eric, if I got you right. So as to the time for that maturity to be felt is a different matter. So I'm sure now, back to my next question. Would you agree that under the system, it will take a longer period for the full impact to be felt after?
We agree with you, but at least the impact must be seen now.
I agree. I agree too. Now, let's get into this. You talked about Nkukong Kitinkiti. Well, I heard it from His Excellency President Mahama. And for me as an entrepreneur, knowing the pressure from our youth on all of us as a political class, beyond the political rhetoric, I believe that if it is implemented, it will help the youth. Because a lot of them are dejected in this country. They don't have jobs, and the pressure is on us. You've already answered that steps will be taken. But let's go up north. You know, some 12 years ago, there was this same beautiful idea. That time, it was not in Nkukong Kitinkiti, it was a confirmed Kitinkiti. Where the guinea fowl rearing thing was introduced. It was not too successful. What assurance can you give to our young men and women in the north who have heard of this in Nkukong Kitinkiti down south? Okay? What assurances can you give them that there will be a reintroduction of the guinea fowl rearing policy, the unconfirmed Kitinkiti policy, to also help them and their livelihoods?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the guinea fowl and Kitinkiti program has already taken off. The MPP implemented this in 2020, and I've referred this committee to a document that is available to the House, the 2020 budget, paragraph 273. In that paragraph, we were told that government was going to distribute a certain quantity of Nkukong Kitinkiti to farmers. In fact, as a ranking member, I followed up. And surprisingly, that quantity, even though procured, what was distributed was far less than half of that quantity. And so the Nkukong Kitinkiti issue, the unconfirmed Kitinkiti issue you are raising, is already being implemented by your party, Mr. Chairman. And so it is not something new that we have to introduce. We only have to improve upon what you are doing.
So, Honorable Nominee, I just want your assurance to the nation that there would be a program to create jobs. So if your suggestion is that you are going to improve upon it, that confirm Nkitinkiti thing, kindly reassure the nation on that. Honorable Nominee, I mean, as we hear, I'm sure I've had the benefit of receiving a text message from no less a person than Mr. Emmanuel Ray Ankra, the current Deputy Chief Executive, Finance and Administration. He says, and he wants to be quoted for the purpose of public records, that the syndicated loan as at the time of transition, had been fully paid. The syndicated loan, not other indebtedness. He says that I should actually quote him, and that he believes that there are other facilities that perhaps, if you can refer to and later come back to us, you would confirm yourself that for the syndicated loan, it's been fully paid. All right. So it's not a question I'm asking you. I'm just providing this information. When you are discharged from this committee, it's not an end in itself. We can all interrogate issues. So just for us to cross-check. Is that okay? All right. Honorable nominee, now let me go into other...
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sorry, I thought...
Mr. Chairman, I think I
Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I referred to the handing over document that was given to us. In that document, they indicated that they owe the market 374,000 tons of cocoa, and that they have rolled it over to this year. If that is not related to syndication, I don't have any problem.
Okay, Chairman, with respect, I like the honesty on the part of my respected senior colleague, and that is one of the things I respect him for. You see, because they do the forward sales, okay, at least these are basic things that I know as a member of the finance committee. Because last year they could not sell as they projected. You are right in suggesting that they have some outstanding pledges to the market. That is different from the syndicated loan. So I think that you can check.
Mr. Chairman, are you implying that after or aside the syndicated facility, they did another arrangement to sell cocoa without recourse to us, another forward sales without recourse to us? Because
no, Chairman,
the minister said yes.
No, Chairman, with respect, honorable nominee, you pay attention to me. Chairman, with respect, I think you answered it by saying that the impression you had was to the effect that they had some 360,000 tons to supply, which they had already pledged, and they had rolled it over. What you were clear, which I agree with you, was to the fact that you assumed that that was part of the syndicated loan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
It is a fact stated in the document they gave us that they owe the market 374,000 tons of cocoa.
Okay,
if we have not taken their money, how would you own them?
No. Before you suspended sitting for 5 minutes, you called me for a discussion. I told you that I was having a discussion with my caucus, and then I come. we did not spend more than 5 minutes. Chairman, let's operate in.
No. Agro basa ebi bro tibedo imle no. Na ma pre ma ye.
As for me, I take very good care of my grandkids. Ye di agro na ye sa eduru mre bi kra na me ba no time dey omo be gumi so weekend no.
Hey, wo mle.
Memre. I don't think I'm catch you say. Ya no medi garlic capsules. Poso nyina ebesisi so kama. As I stand here, my doctor said my whole system has improved very well. Medi garlic capsules. Yes, Medi garlic capsules.
Oh, sa na te pa dia.
Medimosis garlic capsules. Wa mamoja di nipadua mu afurusani yi na esiesie oba ne barima ma hona wodin. Ubenya edro yi bi ato omanyi mu pharmacy stores frɛ yɛn wɔ 050-349-4885. Edro yi enya mamofra enye ndi mfie dumienu. Apemfo ene emma a emanofo. Medimosis wonni how FDA agidwe di nkra to yi ato.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back when you're ready.
deal with the stroke case and the kidney matter and the spine problem. So most of the time our patients, they come here because of the traditional medicine and the acupuncture and the traditional therapy. We use this the method to help the patients come out from the illness. Always we do our best for our patients. The patient also take us as friends. We want the patient to come inside with happiness and also go with happiness. That is our work.
Roman Rich Traditional Clinic was established in 2022 by Dr. Wei Young. Dr. Wei has been in the practice for over 16 years.
I have known Dr. Wei Young for over 17 years. He is compassionate, hardworking, and very professional in his dealings. His facility is well known for the way it manages strokes, heart disease, liver, kidney, and other problems.
Our services include laboratory services, X-ray, scan, and general consultation.
And now management, yeah, now I get the same thing. But the brand here, man, same thing. But the minute Roman Veg Traditional Chinese Clinic. Now the poor on ampa one share me among the top. Ne honsu na mhunu say send one sign yar wa bebre na menu. E be stroke, diabetes, hypertension, spine, liver, and kidney problems. Me confirm I say abri biara over problem biara fa sa we mu nyina. For when it's Roman Veg Traditional Chinese Clinic, one of the show and wapumudin ejina painting.
Roman Traditional Chinese Clinic, we have our special treatment for our patients. And I do believe that good emotion should be the best medicine for our health.
Climate change is a major factor, particularly in the cocoa sector.
The Chairman, this is a trite knowledge.
Have you some alternative plans to deal with extreme weather conditions to enhance agriculture?
Mr. Chairman, I think irrigation is the way to go. And then apart from that, we have also captured the development of the greenhouse model. You recall that in 2019, we invested $19.7 million. That was a facility secured for the construction of 3 big greenhouses in this country. The Dowenya one, the Bojuase one, and the Akumadan one. You know that all the vegetables that we see in our shopping malls are imported. But under the controlled environment with irrigation facilities, through the greenhouse facilities, we should be able to produce enough vegetables to take care of some of these situations. But I'm told that in spite of the huge investment that we made in these facilities, as we speak, they are not fully operational. And we have to do everything possible to operationalize them.
Senior, consumption of maize is very high in this country. It's a major staple for us. And we are not producing enough maize. Animals also rely on maize to feed. There is generally some deficit, a huge deficit. how do you intend to deal with the deficit, if any, provided you disagree with me?
Mr. Chairman, you are contradicting the position of your government.
I've asked you a question. No, please. No. Chairman.
You pose a question. Honorable Ranking.
Chairman, with respect.
Honorable Ranking, with all due respect, you pose a question to the nominee. The nominee is about to answer the question. You can disagree with him, but candidly allow him to answer the question. Please.
Chairman, my answer is that the Honorable Ranking Member and minority, by that statement, is contradicting the position of his party and government. Because they claim that under the Planting for Food and Jobs, they have produced maize in excess of our demand. This is a position I have continuously challenged, and it is good that today you are being patriotic enough to collaborate that position I've held for several years.
Chairman, from where I sit, I ask you questions, and yours is to answer. And I put a question to you hypothetically. I did not rely on any data. I put to you a hypothetical question, and I concluded by saying that if you disagree, what is your position? So I do not want us to introduce politics. So far we've been doing good. Not introduce politics and my government and your government. You know, you and I don't go that path. So I'm pleading with you. So far you've done well. Let's take away any partisan politics from this engagement. It's not going to help. Now, let me ask you the straight question. What,
Mr. Chairman, I must indicate that I do not intend to engage in any form of politics here. But if the fact is that a government has assumed a position, it will be extremely difficult for me to go round and say that it wasn't said by government and therefore it was said by an entity. I think that under our rules and based on the oath we have taken, we have to be candid to the good people at all times. And then you also urge me that as I appear before you, I must be candid. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's okay. Honorable nominee, do you have any public data to support our maize production levels, as whether as a country we've been successful in producing sufficient for our consumption, or that we have some public data to suggest that we really are in deficit?
Mr. Chairman, I recall vividly that in 2011, Ghana produced maize in excess of our demand in 2011. And that was the reason why SRAID, which is a department under the Ministry of Agriculture, recommended to government for the establishment of buffer stock to come into the market, buy the excess produce over demand, stock them to keep prices at reasonable level as a measure to protect the farmers, and then release them during the lean season to also protect consumers by preventing prices from skyrocketing. This is evidence. It is in our records that 2011 we produced maize in excess of our demand. In recent times, we are told that we have produced maize in excess of our demand. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is what is captured on records. But the reality is that within the same period, we saw poultry farmers in Ghana running everywhere looking for maize, and they were not getting it. And so I was surprised that at the time that we claimed to have produced the maize in abundance, our poultry farmers were crying for maize and they were not getting it. And prices of maize have been going up, which is affecting the cost of poultry products. And so the paper reporting indicates sufficiency and even above demand level, but the reality suggests the contrary.
Now let's go to Commander Sugar Factory. Your government took a facility from India to revive it, and you intend to revive it and also create jobs. Now, I'm interested in the farmers who produce the sugar cane. How do you plan to create a sustainable outgrower system for this factory to be fed with sugar cane for production?
Mr. Chairman, sometimes when I hear some of these questions posed to some of us, I cringe. I cringe in the sense that the facility has been in place for almost 8 years now. If it is only about the production of sugar cane to make the factory work, why is it that within the 8 years we have not been able to do this? Meanwhile, we have invested loans that must be paid back by the Ghanaian taxpayer. And so, Mr. Chairman, yes, you have asked a question, but I wanted to lay a solid foundation, mount the superstructure before I move it. What we are going to do is that before leaving office, you recall that Parliament had approved a facility for the farmers to produce sugar cane to feed the factory. And we wanted to ensure that we produce sugar cane from January to December, so that we can ensure continuous and uninterrupted supply of sugar to reduce the huge sugar import bill confronting our nation. And so, Mr. Chairman, given the nod, even though it falls within the purview of the Ministry of Trade, we will work in tandem with them to ensure effective implementation and operationalization of the factory.
Honorable nominee, our poultry industry is having some challenges as a result of cheap importation of poultry products. First of all, do you agree that they are having some challenges?
Mr. Chairman, I agree perfectly. I agree perfectly that we are having serious challenges in respect of poultry production in Ghana. And I'm here to recollect one major policy intervention rolled out within the last 8 years to increase poultry production in this country. I'm here to recollect one.
It's a honorable nominee. Honorable nominee.
Yeah.
Ericus.
Yes, sir.
Senior Ericus.
Yes.
Professor. You know, your last 3 answers, then last 8 years, we have lost power. We are no more in office. I'm talking about going forward. So let's not talk about yesterday. Whatever it is.
Mr. Chairman,
let me finish.
Initially, you diplomatically confined me.
Yes, but so why are you getting out of that diplomatic sector?
That you are going beyond.
No, I'm not.
So I also have to come out.
Don't go there. Don't go. Stay within the confines. Anyway.
Honorable minority leader, you should also stay within your limits.
That's all right. Eric, we are staying within a certain whatever. Anyway, let me take you to Winneba. the Winisek and Takufum vegetable farmers. These are farmers who are into vegetables, onion, cabbage, lettuce, cucumber, etc. They want me to ask you how assured they should be of your leadership at the Agric Ministry.
Mr. Chairman, we have in our manifesto a program called Vegetable Development Program. We are going to encourage these farmers to form cooperatives. And through the cooperatives, we can make finance, credit available to them. Through the cooperatives, they can access support from the farmer service centers. And you know we import a lot of onion. According to MOFA, every year we spend around $24 million to import onion from Niger. Again, we import a lot of tomato. In 2018, tomato importation cost our country $99.5 million. In 2022, tomato importation was around $400 million. And so there is the urgent need for us to focus on the production of these specific vegetables as a means to reduce the food import bill and restore some kind of restoration to the exchange rate regime. And so, Mr. Chairman, just indicate to your people that the hope they anticipated in President John Mahama has arrived, and that we are going to cause them to jump into ebullience. I mean, to be enraptured.
Honorable nominee, my final point, not a question to you per se, but like I did with Honorable Harun Edrusu, you are one person who is respected by your colleagues. Can you share with the Ghanaian youth how you've gotten this far? And that is my final question.
Mr. Chairman, in life, there are certain basic principles that you must hold on to if indeed you want to rise. Humility must be your hallmark. The fear of God is the foundation for everything. It is the beginning of wisdom, and with humility and the fear of God, everything is possible to achieve. It is with these two principles that by God's grace I appear before you the third time for vertem. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, as usual, I recognize the presence of Nana Minta, Sankore Benkumhini, Nana Ochere Siabo, Esu Fufu Chief, Honorable Dr. Peter Buama Tokuno, NDC Director, Interparties, Honorable Isa Ben Ahmed, NDC Esunafo South Constituency Chairman, Honorable Seydou Adam, NDC Esunafo South Constituency Organizer, Honorable Charity Gardner Ahafo, Regional Minister Designate, Nana Kobna Ajiman, Opambo, Yenchirehini, Nana Tachiwa, Doma Benkumhima, and Honorable ABA Fuseni.
One proverb.
Former member of Sanerugu. Honorable ABA Katuma Biaola.
One proverb before you go. One proverb.
Thank you very much. I use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to numerous questions posed to him. I use the opportunity to congratulate you and assure you that surely you will hear from the committee. You are therefore discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.